Shadala and Wale Botenu, Abiyabu is Kawabiako. Atakwa dos wish mega kwados baru shemeka along my head. When Sham the trial, Shabbat la so Shabbat le doro tamri ola. Ben Bene Shara Otilola. Kisha Shake me Masada Shadai wa Shamayim. Where Tales who by whom must be Shabbat by not fash. Baru Shemeka, Baru Yemeka, Baru Torateka, Baru Dushateka. El Shaddai Malek, El Shaddai Malak, El Shaddai Imlo along my head. Baru Shem Kabo Makuto along my head. Baru Kabo Lohim Kumon Lekeyo. Aluhu along my head. First of all, I'd like to give all honor and praise to the God of Abraham, the God of Isaac, the God of Jacob, the great, mighty, and revered God, the Most High God, who bestows loving kindness, possesses all things, who remembers the pious deeds of the patriarchs, the Most High, long-suffering, plentiful in mercy, and loving kindness, giving and giving due respect to a head in Israel, a leader in Israel, Chief Eleazar, to the chief men, princes, brothers and sisters, I see unto them talking about forefathers. Shabbat Shalom.
Shabbat Shalom.
I know people is going to ask questions, and I heard the questions before. Sit down, sir. Huh? No. The reason why we cover our heads is not a law. It's not a law of why we cover our heads. We don't have to cover our heads. All right? But the reason why we cover our heads is because a man, a king, did it. And this man knew how to gain God's attention. This man was a man after the eyes or the ways of God. Most High said, he said, this guy got a heart like me. So when King David was going up Mount Olivet, that's when he was being chased by King Saul. He was going up by Mount Olivet, right? He covered his head because he was going up to pray and worship. The rest of his men followed suit. They covered their heads. So that's why we cover our heads. You can decide whether you want to cover it or not. That's you. You don't have to cover your head. But if you're following in the ways of God and trying to gain the attention of God, then we will follow everything that we read in this book to be lawful and right. We will follow everything that is in the path of righteousness or in the ways of God. See, this book shows us the ways of God. This book shows us the path of righteousness. This book tells us and shows us the do's and the don'ts. So it behooves you that when you read and you see certain things that our forefathers did and didn't do, when you read and you see the things that our forefathers restrained from and held themselves back from and moved on, guess what? It behooves you to follow these men. Because when we do things out of the ordinary, when we do things out of the ordinary, what is out of the ordinary? The things that our forefathers didn't do. And the things that our forefathers did do. The things that we read in this book that our forefathers did and didn't do. When you do anything contrary, you out the way. When you do things out of the contrary and not similar, you are out of the way. You are in the path of destruction. You are in the path of evil. Why? Because it wasn't sanctioned. Why? Because it wasn't valid. It ain't valid. You can't validate your own ways. You You can't validate your own ways. You better bethink yourself and consider yourself. You better bethink yourself and consider yourself and watch yourself. Be on guard with yourself. Be circumspect with yourself and ask yourself, would our forefathers do this? Would they do this? Would they not? Or listen, man. Listen, man. Why do you think God gave us this book? Because we still have a way of getting towards God. There's still a way. There's still a chance. That's why we got this book. But guess what? People just read it and go over words. Nobody is ordering their lives according to what God says. Nobody. You know why? Because we are only Israelites one day a week. You got to read this every day to keep this on your conscience. Keep this on your mind so that you can stay grounded, so that when you say and move in a certain way that is not acceptable by God, you can correct yourself. Huh? You can correct yourself. What you say, brother?
That's what this is about.
That's what this is about. That's why we sit in these seats. That's why we sit in these seats with the mentality of correcting oneself according to the way that God has accepted. That's the only way. The only way. And we got to serve God with joyfulness of heart. Huh? With joyfulness of heart. And if, look, man, we're going to go into Exodus 16, right? But I want to hit certain points. Right? When the nation of Israel were in the wilderness of sin, right? Which is the wilderness of Sinai. That desert, that cold-blooded desert. There was nothing to drink, nothing to eat, but God moved the people towards that direction to prove them. That's why God did that, to prove them. And the same God then is the same God now. He moved you in a certain manner to prove your validity, your value, to prove you, to see if I'm able to guard your path. That's why God proved us and put us through all these trials and tribulations, because when you pass it, guess what? You become elected and chosen in the eyes of God. Now he look at you and call you his saints. Now he's going to deal with you different. He ain't going to deal with you like he deal with the neighboring people around that we live amongst. Now he call you his saints. So what he said? He said, God guards the feet of the saints. He observes the feet of the saint. When he observes, he's watching you, man. He's watching you. He's watching you. Your every path, everything you get into, he's watching you. So that's why God put these people through this wilderness to see if they truly believed in God, where there was no way. They put them in the path where there was no way of surviving. Let me see if you're going to chide and murmur and complain instead of putting your trust in God. And they failed. They failed. They complained and complained and complained and complained and complained and complained, and it served no purpose. Because the Creator put you, listen, number one, God done delivered you out of the hand of these Egyptians, to where whatever the Most High had put the Egyptian through, Israel didn't go through it. Okay? They didn't see that, and they wasn't able to perceive that. Why? Because God didn't give them the understanding to see until years later. Until years later. So don't think you're going to understand something right away. Don't think that you're going to perceive something right away. Because you don't understand or perceive it, you come at it with a negative view, with a negative aspect. Huh? Yeah, negatively. Because you don't understand it. Well, pray to God and ask God that, hey, hopefully you open my eyes to see this. And that only comes through the performance of the laws and the commandments of God. For God to open your eyes to see this thing here clearly and understand this thing here clearly. You gotta push for God to guard you and observe and watch you. So they tried and argued and murmured with Moses because there was no water. Right? Told Moses, he said, man, you done brought these people out of Egypt, out the land flowing with milk and honey, to kill us in the wilderness. But wisdom didn't come to him and say, well, if God really wanted to kill us, why he delivered us from these Egyptians? Why was the Red Sea split? But they still, it didn't click. It didn't click. And you know who taught me that, man? My father. He said, man, if God delivered you here, he's not going to cause you to fall here. He's with you. Yeah, God is with you. Until you dash your foot against the stones. Until you dash your foot against the stones. Different story. Different story. You know what I mean by dash your foot against the stones? When you sin presumptuously against God. When you sin presumptuously against God, that's what's going to happen. Or God delivered you and you sinned or you mess up. But he deal with you direct and don't allow you to get touched by these pagans, by these people, these God-forsaken people. Like he did David. Like he did David, man. And the Most High commanded Moses and he told him to go to that mountain. Go to a specific mountain, which is Mount Sinai, and strike a section of that mountain and water gonna flow out of it. That is a sight to behold. That's a wondrous sight. Those are wondrous things. Glorious things done by God. And he made Moses a God in the sight of the people. Right. That's right. That's why when Moses turned towards God, the Most High told me, he said, man, I made you a God in the sight of these people. He said, man, go get that rod and go split the Red Sea. Go split it. You go split it. That's power that God gave to man, to righteous and pious man over the elements. Over the elements of the earth. That's why he was able to split the Red Sea. That's why Joshua was able to stop the sun from going down. And because you don't believe God, you don't believe what you read. It's not going to make no effect in you, man. It's not going to make no effect and light and kindle no spark in you because you don't believe the book. And I got to go through so much things and explanations to show you. It gets exhausted. It gets exhausted. It gets exhausted. Huh? It's exhausted sometimes, man. There's steps and stages and degrees in doing these laws, commandments, and statutes, man. Certain laws requires a certain behavior. Certain laws requires a certain path, a certain type of walk. I can't be doing high echelons, graduate school laws, commandments, and statutes and walking around like you a pygmy. Huh? Like you a damn Hamite, taking on the ways of the Hamites. Yeah, Hamites. Hamitic customs. These are the same people that God said what? He said, wipe these people out, man. He said, wipe these people out. They got filthy ways. They got filthy ways. Wipe them out. But we married into their woman, took on their ways, took on their customs, and followed their gods. We rejected the Creator. We rejected the Most High. We didn't want nothing to do with God and his laws. We want to follow everything else except for the curriculum and the standard that God has set. So now we in the same predicament. Nowhere in the book says that that there's going to be an exodus. Nowhere in the book tells me that there's going to be another exodus. It's not happening, man. There was always a time limit on the captivity. So if you know so much, oh smart one, tell me the time limit of this captivity. Look up the definition of captivity and exile, and you tell me which one this is. Huh? But God did say that King David will sit on the throne again. God did say that he's going to gather his remnant, his elect, his chosen ones. Guess what? I used to say the remnant is dead already. But we can make that remnant by correcting ourselves, our ways, and our behavior with God. Now I can become an elect one, a chosen one by God. And I could gather my foot. Gather my foot. Like what? What he said? He said, go gather your foot to your fathers. Huh? You can't call those men your father. But if you ain't following that ways that's chosen by God, y'all out your mind, man. Y'all are out of your mind. And people yearn to be like the heathens, man. Why we like being like the heathens? Nobody could show me in the book where it says New Year.
No such thing.
Shana is what? Shana is what? Year? Yeah. Shana is year.
I never heard that before.
If I'm not mistaken, Kadash. Kadash is new. If I'm not mistaken, nowhere in there says New Year, man. Oh, month. But nowhere in the book says a New Year, man. Nowhere. It said a beginning of months.
That's it.
A beginning of months. Shall it be to you, which is Abib, which means January is the beginning of the Greek month.
Right.
And April, Abib, is the beginning of the Hebrew months. That's it. We want to add on and put this here, add this just to be like the heathens. You know, to be like a heathen, your ways, your behavior, the way you act, got to be like these men. You look at this man, Abraham ain't act like that. Abraham didn't move like that. I said, Abraham did that. We don't have God to come down and speak to you in your ear and tell you and guide you. So your guide is when you read in this book and you follow everything that these righteous and pious men who was chosen by God, you put it into action. And you move in the same accord. You move in the same accord so that you will be able to draw the attention of God towards you. By moving righteously, by moving justly, by moving in a way that is accepted by God. Let's go into Exodus 16.
Exodus chapter 16.
Yeah.
And they took their journey from Elim,
Uh-huh.
and all the congregation of the children of Israel came unto the wilderness of Sin, which is between Elim and Sinai, on the 15th day of the second month after their departing out of the land of Egypt.
Uh-huh.
And the whole congregation of the children of Israel murmured against Moses and Aaron in the wilderness.
They murmured against Moses and Aaron in the wilderness. They complained against Moses and Aaron. When their complaints ain't against Moses and Aaron, your complaints is against God. Because this is what God says. This is what we read here. God is the one that guided Moses and brought them through that wilderness. But they complained against Moses and Aaron. One part of the police said, "Man, your complaints ain't against me. Your murmurings ain't against me, but your murmurings against God. I'm not the one. He heard every word you just said out of your mouth." And people like to get so rash with their mouth and just start talking and running their mouth, not thinking about what they saying. You forget your place. You forget yourself. Huh? You forget yourself. Huh, youngster? Hi, young man, old man, elder, whoever you is. You done forgot your place. We all have a place with God. Old and young. We all have a place. Huh? And number one, look, that's right. Yeah, even God said he got a place. But guess what? The only ones that like to come out of their place is man and woman. Know your place and stay in it. If God got a place, who makes you think you don't got a place? It's not your place, man. It's not your place. It's not your place. And when we come out of our place with God, guess what? That's the beginning of your downfall with God. You're going down. You know why? Because you can't elevate coming out of your place. God can't elevate you and pick you up coming out of your place. Huh? Because now you start to build a wedge. Start to build a wedge. God start pulling away from you. Backing up. You out of your place, man. The only way to know your place is to read the book. Follow the ways of these ancient pious men that was chosen by God. Follow it and keep it.
That's right.
That's it. We as a nation didn't know our place with God, man. We did not know our place with God. Came out of our place continuously. And while we came out of our place with God, we offended God by coming out of our place. You don't have to break a law. You could do something that's not, you could do something, look, that God just don't like. He didn't break no law, though. By the way, I'll get that from by reading the book. Certain men in the book who was elected and chosen by God did certain things, and God said he frowned at it. But there's nowhere in the book where you see it says, thou shalt or thou shalt not. You kidding me? Why? Because your way stinks. And we do things that is not accepted by God. We do things that's not accepted by God. Well, I didn't bring no commandment. They don't say thou shalt or thou shalt not, but God don't like it. But that's how much you know. That's how much you know, because you don't read the book. You don't read the book and you don't want to accept your fault. That's a problem. We have a hard time accepting our fault. Tom Sheep.
And the children of Israel said unto them, Would to God we had died by the hand of the Lord in the land of Egypt.
You hear what they said? They said, man, God should have killed us in Egypt. Why you brought us out here in this wilderness and we ain't got nothing to drink, nothing, no water to give our cattle, ain't nothing to eat? He said, man, it's kill you want to kill. Yeah, it's kill you want to kill. You want to kill us. You want to kill us. Moses looking at these people in amazement, like, what in the world is wrong with these people? Y'all don't have no trust in God. As soon as a little friction, they burst out of, they get crazy. A little friction, they get bent out of shape real quick. They make something real small, grandioso, real small. That was a small thing to God. That was a small thing to God, man. That was nothing for him to feed you or give you anything to drink. That's why he caused Moses to go to that mountain and strike it. Water came out of it. Next thing they start complaining about food, manna start dropping from heaven. Manna. In the Psalms, he said he gave them angels food. The angels don't eat. That's a metaphor. Food. You want to say food? Because people say, people, you gotta state it. And you better say it because the people will say, oh, so the angels were men. They ate. No, man. That was a metaphor.
That is a metaphor.
And to substantiate what I said, the angel said, when you thought I was eating, it was just a vision.
It's a vision. I make you see that.
It was just a vision. I made you think that I was eating.
They don't eat.
I made you think that I was eating. I don't eat.
God created them.
When God said the cattle upon 1,000 hills is mine. If I was hungry, I wouldn't even tell you. That's a metaphor. God don't get hungry. And a God could appear to you in the spirit. And he'll come down and make himself appear and make you as how he wants. That's why he's a God. When the cloud came down and covered the front of the tabernacle, he said the glory of God is in that cloud. That's why the people ran and went back to their tents. They knew. They said, uh-oh, we done messed up somewhere. We done said something or did something that brought the glory of God down. Man, let me get up out of here. Let me run. And they knew. You know what that is? That's a hell of a sight. A cloud,
out of nowhere.
a thick cloud mass dropped down from heaven
Right there on top of the tabernacle.
in front of the entrance of the tabernacle. Y'all playing games, man. They ain't never seen nothing like that. Only the ones that believed in God, they play around. Like the Levites, like Joshua and Caleb, the elders.
Yeah.
They follow God 100%.
That was the team right
And
there.
as long as you don't follow God 100%, you ain't doing nothing. You ain't doing nothing. You ain't doing nothing. I ain't doing nothing. We ain't doing nothing. Stop walking around here with your chest pushed out like you're doing something. You ain't doing nothing. Nothing. We are not doing nothing. Stop thinking that you're doing something. You ain't doing nothing. That's what my pop said. He said, man, you ain't doing nothing. You think doing this and this and we ain't doing this. You ain't even scratched the surface yet, man. Because 90%, 95%, 99% of this way of life deals with your heart, with your ways. I could count the amount of laws that you can see with the naked eye. It ain't much. A lot of these laws and all these ways deals with your heart. That's why God said, he don't deal with what you can see. He said, I deal with man according to how his heart is. I deal according to man, according to how he is or how your heart is, what you got in you. So I try to arrange the heart of man. Huh?
He picked David.
Huh?
That's right.
And by the commandments, by the fulfillment of the commandments, you could clean your heart. Now you could tell me who does what. Huh? Come on, man. You gotta do both. You gotta do both. And if your heart ain't clean, you ain't gonna.
It's gonna be limited.
Right.
It's gonna be limited.
Whatever you do according to what God said, you're gonna limit your own self. Yeah, you're gonna limit your own self. You know what happens when you limit yourself? You talk up for one's injustice.
Ooh.
You talk up and protect. You talk up and protect for one's injustice against God. You know what injustice means, man?
Wrong.
Wrong.
Against these commandments.
To be wrong. To be unfair. To be impartial. The
The
laws of God teaches us not to be impartial.
right.
The laws of God teaches us to be fair and not to be unfair. You know what's unfair? I steal from you. That's unfair. I do anything wrong to my neighbor. That is unfair. Man, y'all, listen, man. Listen, man. Listen, man. Y'all better learn the ways of God and put it into action. Do you deal fair with your fellow man? Ask yourself that. Everything that you do in life, are you fair? Whatever you put out, are you fair? It's easy, man.
Everything.
It's easy when God open your eyes to it so you can see it. You kidding me? You gotta be just in everything, in all aspects. Look, Abraham was just and fair with the Hittites. You serious? Abraham was just and fair with the outsiders. That don't mean you gotta bend over and take affliction to be fair. That don't mean that. I could be fair and still don't take affliction from the heathens or from the nations or from people on the outside. Because that's what God accepts. How do I know God accepted? Because he accepted Abraham. He accepted Abraham, and that's how Abraham moved. Abraham moved that way. And he did and moved in a way or in according that that is not of man today. It's not common today. So when you say certain things that's not common today, we reject it. The man rejected, the woman rejected because it ain't common to you. Because it ain't common to you. We got a problem, man. We got a problem with ourselves. All man and woman have problems with themselves. Me too. We all have problems with themselves, with ourselves. We need this, man. I need this to be better with God. That's why every chance I get, I try to read and pray that God open my eyes to his laws so that I may do these laws and put it into an effect. I gotta force myself to do this, man. I don't want to do this. What's in me don't want to do this. What's in you don't want to do this. I want to change my DNA according to this. I got to change my thinking pattern according to this. I got to change everything about, or we have to change everything about ourselves according to what God says. And when you start saying things contrary to what the book said, correct yourself. Don't be hard-headed and stout-hearted because you don't like it. But the reason why people don't accept it because they don't believe the book. They still have doubts that there was ever a king in Israel whose name alone It's the eternal one. Yod Hey Wav Hey. Huh? The true and living God. The only God. He said, if I draw my sword, he said, and my hand take hold on judgments. He said, if I pop off. That's what he means. He said, I kill and I make alive. I wound and I heal. And there's none that can deliver out of my hands. Come on, man. Come on, man. Who could say that? Or when you read anything like this? No religion. No religion. But this is not a religion. This is not a religion, because religion is an Anglo-Saxon word, come from the word regulato, means to hold each man or hold back, or to hold you back from the truth. Huh?
Paganism.
Huh?
Devil worship. That's what religion is.
Or religion derived from sun god, astrology. Astrology.
That's what's behind it.
They said the Prophet Muhammad wrote the Quran while he was in a seizure. On a what? In the cave, on a palm leaf. Fool. Quran. How the whole Quran gonna fit on the palm leaf? Yeah, you in the seizure. You almost dead. You almost dead. But he wrote the Quran on a palm leaf. We need to start getting this right, because guess what? We don't have no time. Stop thinking that we got time.
Time ran out of it.
Stop thinking that we have time. Because when that cup overflows, the time for repentance is no more. Very few gets to repentance. Gets repentance. Very few. Most I say, hey, he said the cup of the Amorites are now full, which means God deals with everything at schedule in this rightful time. In this rightful time. But the only one that God don't deal with that in time is the pious ones. The righteous. He deal with them right away. You violate, you get hit right away. That's how I know kindling fire. Look, that's another proof that kindling fire on Shabbat is not no light thing. Not no light thing. Huh? There was a man. He messed around. We usually leave our stoves on. He messed around and cut the stove off. Told one of his students. He said, man, cut the stove back on. He said, man, you for real? You ready? He said, yeah, cut it on. As soon as he cut it on, boom, boom, guess what? One punch, boom, in his chest. He dropped. Why I say that? That's an example. Quick and speedy judgments to who? To those that are in high places, man. God deal with you quick and right away. You on that level, God deal with you right away. Right away. He's not going to allow you to add on and keep adding on and keep adding on iniquity to yourself to bear down your spirit. We can't see it. I said we can't see it because iniquity is spiritual, but God sees it. When we sin and transgress the covenant of God, it bears down your spirit. And now because your spirit is borne down on, it's weak. It's a what? It's a weakening effect. It's a weakening effect, and it weakens you against performing and fulfilling the commandments and the laws and the statutes of God. It takes your will and your drive away to push for God. That's how it goes, man. It's a science to this, man. It's a science to this. But people haven't figured it out yet. They ain't figured it out yet. Because we still stuck on our own wanting ways. We got to realize that you, me, we don't mean nothing. I don't mean nothing. You don't mean nothing. Humble yourself with God. Stop always thinking about you and it offends you about me. Stop thinking about that. Don't worry about that. That's the obstacle. It's always me. That's called self-esteem. That's called pride. Proud. King David looked at Shimei. He said, don't worry about that, Abishai. He said, God told him to curse David. But later on his deathbed, he ordered Solomon. He said, man, this guy cursed me with a grievous curse. All right? He said, don't allow his hoary head to go down to the grave. So Solomon put stipulations upon him and told him to stay in Jerusalem. Wise king. Why he told him stay in Jerusalem and nowhere else? Because of the 3 appointed times that we have to go to Jerusalem. There's no reason for you to leave. You stay put. And the day that you leave, he said, thou shalt surely die. When he left chasing after his servant, he said, why you broke? He said, you broke your oath. Why? Because you agreed to something and you broke it. So I ain't got to say I swear. All I got to do is agree to what you say. And when I break it, I broke my oath. I broke my oath. Let's read.
And the children of Israel said unto them, would to God we had died by the hand of the Lord in the land of Egypt, when we sat by the flesh pots.
When we sat by the flesh pots.
And when we did eat bread to the full. For ye have brought us forth into this wilderness to kill this whole assembly with hunger. Then said the Lord unto Moses, behold, I will rain bread.
Hunger make a man do anything. Oh my goodness, hunger. All you gotta do is make a person hungry and they eat anything. They consume anything. Just make them hungry. And that's why God did that to the people. He tested them and tried them with the one thing that he knew would move a man that has no belief in God.
Right.
To see if they were right, to see how you built.
That's it.
To see how you stand.
You override this.
That's right. To see if you can look past this just for the sake of God. Just for the sake of performing his laws, commandments, and statutes. Huh? Don't make hunger move you. Don't make the slightest thing in life move you and push you and detour you away from God. Why? Because that's the proving grounds. That's the test. That's the trials that God put you through. None of our women in the book wore pants.
Make it clear. Make it clear.
Come on, man.
Make it clear.
Now I see Israelite women walking around in pants and tights and stretch pants. That's why I'm gonna say it like Uncle John, brown. I gotta say it again, brown. No, I said brown because my man brown. You have stockings, and my man split it, put rubber band on the top, let his woman slide one on and slide. There ain't no pants now. Not she in the clear, not his daughters and his woman is in the clear. Why? Because you're following the laws and the commandments of what your father taught you, man. He showed you how to do it. Like I said before, we didn't wear panties.
No.
IES is a suffix. Pants. You put it on a leg at a time. Our women wore girdles. In the ancient times, way back in history, they wore cloth to wrap their loin area, which was girdles. So now when you look on Victoria's Secret, you can buy a girdle on Victoria's Secret. When you buy it, there's 2 strings on the side. Tie one side, tie the other side. All you got to do is put some legs to those panties and it becomes a stretch pants. And he's right. So my father is right. But wisdom comes through the performance of the laws of God. That's not going to come to you if you ain't doing no law. That's not going to come to you if you ain't pushing for God. You're going to see something completely different. Completely different. Tom Sheep.
Then said the Lord unto Moses, I will rain bread. Behold, I will rain bread from heaven for you, and the people shall go out and gather a certain rate
He said,
every
listen,
day.
man, you guys, man, said, see, God said, man, I didn't kill you and strangle you up and hook you up for your murmurings, man. Y'all murmured and complained grievously against God. He said, but I ain't kill you for that.
I didn't kill you for your murmurings.
You know why God didn't kill us? Because he's all merciful. Because he had compassion. Because he had pity. And we serve a God that still looks at the outcome or the perspective of man. You know what I mean by that? When you're ahead, you put yourself in this person's situation. Huh? That's what you do. But God looked at the situation and said, man, you have no reason not to believe that I will not deliver you out of this situation. You have no reason. Because I already showed you my makeup. I already showed you what I would do for you. So when you are lacking in something, turn to God. Don't complain. Don't allow this, and the other to push you away from serving God. Then people look at you and say, oh, you talk that righteous. But look what you did here. I'm still righteous. Oh, look what happened here. Yeah, I'm still righteous. According to the regular men out here, I'm over every man out here. Man, you know why? And that's what makes you better than them. That's what makes the woman better than them. Because you don't move like them. You don't walk in their manners or in their customs. Y'all got this thing here twisted, man. Let's read.
Then said the Lord unto Moses, behold, I will rain bread from heaven for you, and the people shall go out and gather a certain rate every day.
He said, behold, I will rain bread from heaven from you. And the people going to go out and gather a certain number. You ever heard about bread coming down, dropping from heaven? I never heard that. I said, I never heard that. And God caused that to happen for 40 days. Huh? 40 years. Sorry. 40 years.
Was it 40 years? 40 years.
40 years, man.
Remember the man that stopped when Joshua.
Right. We don't understand that. We don't understand that, man. Time sheet.
And the people shall go out and gather a certain rate every day that I may prove them.
He said the people will go out and gather a certain number.
Certain amount.
A certain amount. So that God may prove you. I want to prove you. I'm going to test you. I'm going to try you to see if you're valid. To see if I can accept you. To see if you are one of my elect ones. To see if you are worthy of. To open your eyes to these laws, commandments, and statutes. You kidding me? And that's how God deals with us today. That's how God deals with us today. God don't prove and test everybody. No. Some people he leave them to yourself. Some people is left to themselves. and cause to lean towards the stubbornness of their own heart. The stubbornness of your own heart, man. You know what's the stubbornness of your own heart? You refuse to make changes with oneself. I say you refuse to make changes with oneself. Come on, man. We have a problem with that, man. We want to be stuck on stupid. We want to be stuck on our own wanting ways. And when anybody says something that you don't accept or don't like, you're against it. You're against it. But God ain't against it. Huh? I said, but God ain't against it. And this is what we need to realize. Whatever God is against, we have to learn to be against. Whatever the Creator accepts, we have to accept. Subsequent to means to have the same views of. I gotta have the same view as God. People say, oh, you can carry a burden. I ain't carrying nothing once I leave out this threshold. When I pass that threshold, nothing is in my hand. People say, oh, a burden is a load. That's not what Merriam-Webster said. And the dictionary is put together by who? PhDs and scholars. Top-notch scholars of words. And a burden is anything that is carried, man. Doesn't matter the weight. So to keep myself right with God, I don't carry nothing. I don't carry anything. Jeremiah 17, he said, you shall not exit your house with a burden. You shall not exit your house with a burden. People go outside and they'll have books in their hands, bags, cups of water and food. I'm not doing that, man. We got to use the book as like I said, a standard, a curriculum that we need to follow. This is the structure that God has set up. Some people are going to see it differently. Why? Because God don't want you to see it that way. And he has blocked you. And like Hosea said, he has hedged up the way so that you cannot find your path back to me. You know what happens when God do that? God don't want all, and he don't accept all. Some people can't find their way back to God because of their behavior and the things that they're doing in life that is contrary to what we read in the book.
That's the consequence.
Those are the consequences, man. Those are the consequences. Israelites shouldn't be eating salami. Israelites shouldn't be eating turkey slices. Israelites shouldn't be eating bologna slices. You know why? You can't eat cold cuts, old wicked and evil adulterer, pagan. You know why? You don't know how that animal died. You can't eat Franks. Oh, brother, it's Hebrew Nationals. It's Hebrew National Frank. So what makes this Frank called Hebrew National clean? Do you know how they make Franks? Franks is compressed in a thin casing, right? And you know what's inside that Frank? Muscle, gristle. Everything is compressed into one and put on the casing is beef fat.
It's made from the
pig intestines.
The lining of the intestines.
The casing is made from the lining of the intestines and it's put under high intense heat. Brother go to the store and say, it's Hebrew National. Well, according to the Jewish inquiry, the word bitul is bitul. You know what bitul means? He said they're able to eat this particular thing. Bitul means it has a drop of swine in it, or something that is
Fat.
unclean or fat, and it's not noticeable, they're able to eat that.
Yeah, B2 means just a drop.
Just a drop. Not everything that the Jews eat is clean. Human DNA found in some hot dogs product.
It ain't nothing to put a body in.
That's right, because the Franks,
You know,
they put everything in there.
everything gets squished up.
Gristle, muscle, this, that, the other, everything is in there and compressed, and that's what you eating, man. That's what you eating. Hebrew national. What I care about the calf? It has the K with the circle on it. Oh, look, I break his eye. Look, I can't even see. You got to get it magnified. It has the K with the circle on it. Oh, this has the U with the circle on. What I care about a K and a U? You know what I care about? Clean and unclean.
That's it.
Holy and profane. Righteousness and wickedness. Is it clean or is it unclean? That's it. I don't go by no K. I read the ingredients. I don't care about no K. Because there's a lot of things that I found K and U on it, and it was not good to eat. Because I did my research, and I read and I call, and I look up words to know what I'm eating. Realize one thing. God told Eve. Well, Eve said to the serpent, she said, God said. You know, Israelites came to me and said, but God didn't say that. The woman said, God said, thou shalt not eat from it, neither shall you touch it. You calling Eve a liar? They said she lied. Huh? They said she lied. God ain't said it. But guess what? Check this out. God did not appear. God appeared to Cain, to Adam, and told him. Who you think told Eve? Adam. Adam told him. Plain and simple.
He said, the Lord said,
we got to watch the things that we consume and watch the things that we touch. Those are two things we need to be careful with. I'm not touching no cross. I ain't touching no cross. Because now you're going to adornment. I'm not touching no cross. I ain't touching nothing that God rejects. I'm not touching nothing that God is against. Nothing. It's abominable. Let's read.
And the people shall go out and gather a certain rate every day.
And the people shall go out and gather a certain rate. Okay, hold that. Go back to that verse, all right? Hold that right there. Now the word prove, right? Nasa. Nasa means to test, try, or prove. So when you're proving someone, it means to establish the truth or validity of by evidence or demonstration. This was a demonstration. So God is proving the people to see if they're worthy of by demonstrating, putting them through certain trials and tribulations to see if they're going to hold fast in the fear of God. Put them through live and direct actions. See what you made of. You know what validity means? It means to be valid. You know what valid means? Conforming to an accepted principles. When you conform, you agree to the principles that God has set up. So when people disagree with the book, they ain't valid. That's what make you not worthy of. That's what make you not worthy of. When you don't conform to the principles that God has set. Yeah, man. Yeah. In order for God to look at you as an elect, as his chosen one, as his saints, as his elect, I gotta approve and agree with the principles that he has set. But we didn't even cross the threshold yet, and you want, come on, man. You think you're gonna see and understand everything in here?
No.
And you don't agree with everything in here?
No.
You're never gonna see it.
You're not gonna get nothing.
Your eyes gonna remain clouded.
That's correct.
Your eyes gonna remain closed. Why? Because you closing them yourself. I said you closing your eyes yourself. Noah, give me some tissue. You closing your eyes with yourself, man. Okay. You closing your eyes by not accepting the standards and the curriculum of God. The standards and the curriculum that God has set. So you're not going to understand this.
No.
You ain't going to see this.
Our minds corrupt.
You ain't going to see this.
Minds are corrupt.
We got corrupt minds, man.
We think on vain things all day long. All day long.
Our minds are corrupt.
Real bad.
We are corrupt, man. We so corrupt that we don't even want to accept that we corrupt.
Yep.
We so corrupt, we right. Come on, man. We so corrupt, we think we right.
Just like the rest of the world.
We so corrupt, we think we right. And God gave us a book to show us our corrupt ways and to correct our corrupt ways.
You got identified.
So so that you'll be able to identify your corrupt ways when it doesn't correlate with what you read in the book. You can't identify your ways to be corrupted if you're going against it and you don't agree with everything in here. You want to pick and choose what you agree with. I agree with this, but I disagree with the other. I disagree with that, but I don't. No. Don't go like that, man.
Yeah.
Test. When God tests you, you go through observation, evaluation, and trial. When God is testing you, you go through observation, evaluation, and trial.
What I observed and then tested. Trials is the test.
Okay?
You gotta pass the trials.
Before he evaluates you, you go through observance. He watch you for a while.
Watch. Observe.
Man, listen.
Observe.
Before you go through evaluation, you go through observation. Before you go through a trial, he gotta evaluate you.
Yeah. What he observed. What he
Yes.
observed. He evaluate what he
To
observed.
see if you are worthy to be tested. Everybody don't get tested.
That's
The elect, the chosen one, gets tested. What is observation? To conform to one's action. So God is watching you and putting you through observation to see if you're able to conform, to see if you will agree with what God says. If you have that in you, you gotta have that in you for God to test you. It's a science to this, man. It's deep. This is deep stuff. Evaluate means what? To determine your worth with God. To determine your value, your validity, to see if you're valid with God. Then after you're evaluated, then he puts you through the test and put you through the ringer. Test your faith, test your patience or stamina by suffering or temptation. Put you through it, suffering, and then he tempts you with it.
That's the trial.
Oh, I said I ain't doing this no more. Now this right here is right in front of my face. And it's given to you on a hot platter. Let me see if you're going to reject it. Man, it's coming.
Keep it. Right.
It's coming. He put it before you right on the hot platter. Let me see if you're going to break.
You feel the same way you felt earlier.
Let me see if you feel the same way you feel earlier. If you got that same energy that you were spitting before, let me see it now. You was talking a lot of tough Tony stuff. You was talking big, brother.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Oh, you talking real big. Let me put you through this over here and see what's going on. Let me see how you feel now. Huh? And that's how God deals with us, man. That's how God deals with us. We serve a just God, man.
Yeah.
We serve a just God. And I have grown to love this God. And I say this, not 100%. I don't love God 100%. We don't love God 100%. You know why? Because to love God is to perform his commandments without sinning presumptuously. I got a little love. It's either you love or you don't love. No in between. I started to say a little love. Nah, ain't no in between. Ain't no little love. It's either you love or you hate. And you show your love for God by not sinning presumptuously. Huh? You show your hatred for God by going against his commandments and his laws. That's how you show your hatred. An ordeal or path required as proof of conformity with a set of beliefs. But you're not going to conform to this if you don't believe. You're not going to agree with this if you don't believe. So in order to agree, you gotta believe. And that's why people pick and choose what they believe, because they don't believe in God. Well, I'm dealing with certain things, and I'm dealing with this, and I'm dealing with this. You ain't worthy. You ain't worthy. And that's why you're dealing with such hard ways to believe this. Because you ain't worthy. You ain't worthy. You're not worthy, man. God knows. And he tried the reins of heart, and he know whether this person will believe or this person wouldn't believe. God knows that. Even though you're coming up short. But God knows, man, this guy got belief in him, and he will believe me if I show myself to him. So therefore, when God look in you and he don't see that you're able to believe in God, he not going to open your eyes to nothing. He going to leave you right there. You ain't going to elevate. You don't get observed. You ain't going to elevate because God already see that you're never going to believe. There's no belief and righteousness in you to believe. You don't got it in you. So this is something that you're going to be battling until you die.
Not everybody can box.
Exactly.
He got it in him.
Brother said not everybody could box, not everybody could fight. You put a man in that ring or you start training him, you got to know whether to say, hey, man, he ain't got it up. Let me pull him out.
You can't do it.
You need animal instincts to go in that ring. Animal instincts. You go in that ring, your eyes turn red. Killer. Yeah. Zone out. You go in a complete zone. Yes. And that's how God look at you, man. See if you got it in you to serve me. Zone out. An ordeal, it means to determine guilt or innocence by submitting the accused to dangerous and painful tests under the control of God. Under God's control. God does all that. Put you through it. determines your guilt and your or innocence by submitting the accused to take according to what you do. It's according to what God put you through. According to what God put you through, man. But under the control of God. Under God control.
Don't get out of hand.
According to how Job lived his life, and he eschewed evil, eschewed means to depart or to turn away. God put him through that because Satan, who people say it doesn't exist, which is called the adversary. The adversary means to contend or to oppose God. He waged a contest in the heavens with God. Said, man, you give Job everything. You protect his house, everything is protected. But if you remove this protection, remove this edge, he said, I will get him to curse you to your face. And according to his righteousness and his wisdom and his righteousness and him departing away from evil and wickedness, God said it went down. I wanted to prove to this guy here that it ain't what you think it is. It ain't, look, he ain't what you think it is. To try means what? To examine. To subject a person to undue strain. Undue strain, excessive hardship, or provocation that tests their endurance. God put you through it.
Undo, come out of nowhere.
Out of nowhere. God put you through certain things to see if you're going to endure in serving God. One person, God put them through it. Next thing you come in the room, he in the hospital with the deacon and the pastor. Pops walk in and say, hey. He said, what's going on? What you doing? The man never came up off that bed. That's how he died. Never came up off that bed. Yeah. Never came up off that bed.
Man said you have to run up out of there.
Mm-hmm.
It was already done.
That's right.
And you see what I'm saying.
Time sheet.
I will rain bread from heaven for you, and the people shall go out and gather a certain rate every day, that I may prove them whether they will walk in my law or no. And it shall come to pass that on the 6th day they shall prepare that which they bring in. And
on the 6th day they shall what?
Prepare. That which they bring in.
Okay. Which means what? They didn't prepare on the 7th day.
No.
That's why God said to prepare on the 6th day. People say the preparation, it only goes into food. That's everything. Everything got to be prepared from before the Sabbath day. Hekinu, the word for prepare is hekinu. It also means to arrange. I can't arrange chairs.
You don't arrange food.
The chairs has to be arranged already.
You have to arrange furniture. You have to arrange chairs.
All that got to be arranged already, man. Everything has to be prepared and ready already. That's why it calls, we're going to get into the word of what Shabbat means. Shabbat. One of the words, the definition is a general strike. Work stoppage, right? We're going to get into that later as we read on. Let's read. And this is why your food and everything must be made already.
Right.
If you got something cold that needs to be heated, you leave the stove on. Those burners stays on from Friday before sunset. Just in case if you got to warm something up, I wrap it up in my foil paper and sit it right next to the fire so it could be warm when I'm ready to eat it. Yeah, it'll get warm. Time sheet.
And it shall be twice as much as they gather daily. And Moses and Aaron
It's
said,
going to be twice as much as they gather daily, because you're not going to find it in the field Shabbat. If you gather one omer, make sure you get 2 omers. So you're not lacking or insufficient, because you're not going to find it on the Sabbath day. Make sure you double it up. Okay? Go ahead.
Verse 6, and Moses and Aaron said unto the children of Israel at even, then you shall know that the Lord hath brought you forth out of the land of Egypt.
Look, man, this is proof right here. That I, at even, I'm going to prove to you that I am God. That I'm the God. I'm the God that took you and delivered you out of the hand of the Egyptians. This is proof. And throughout the whole time, God kept proving to these people.
All the time. We'll show you that I'm the Lord.
I'm going to show you that I'm God. I'm going to prove to you that I'm God. He said, I'm going to cause this and this and this to happen. Cause that to happen. Cause that to happen. To straighten your belief. But they continued in their disbelievance. They continue disbelieving God. Let's read.
Verse 7. And in the morning, then ye shall see the glory of the Lord.
He said, in the morning, he said, you're going to see the glory of God. How do you think you're going to see the glory of God? When that thick cloud come down, and the glory of God is in that cloud. Like I said, man, that's the God we serve. He make himself small and make himself big. His glory and his appearance comes into a cloud. Most I say, he said, the mercy seat that's in the holies of holies. With the 2 cherubs prostrating towards the mercy seat on each side. He commanded the high priest, he said, listen, high priest. He said, before you come in the holies of holies, he said, make a thick smoke. Because I don't want you coming up in here.
That's right. You better make that smoke.
I don't want you coming up in here, because if you see me, you're going to die. So I'm going to kill you. You ain't worthy to see me. Right. Only one man was worthy to see God. And he ain't even see God's face. That was Moses. He said, listen, Moses, I'm going to take you and put you in the cleft of the rock. He said, I'm going to walk past you and I'm going to remove your hand. You're going to see my back parts. You're going to see my back part. He said, but my face you can't see. No man sees my face and live. No man sees my face and live. Look, that's the only God that no man ever saw.
Correct.
Nobody can give me a description of the God of Israel. I can describe you how Lulu look, Christians look,
that nigga on the cross,
that Negro on the cross, sitting on the pamper with his legs crossed, shaking.
Most of them be naked. Most of them idols.
Come on, man.
They're all naked. All of them.
Y'all kidding me?
All of them.
It's the only God that never been seen. He's called the unseen one.
He ain't no freak.
The eternal one. He said, I'm God. He said, I live forever. The dreaded one.
That's right.
The jealous one.
That's right.
Man, listen here, man.
Wondrous acts.
Man, listen, man. Man, listen here, man.
He is almost.
But the reason why people refrain to living in accordance to what God says is because it's a lot of restrictions. It's a lot of restrictions, and people are so accustomed to their life according to how they live it, and they refuse to change it to please God. You're not pleasing me. Let's get that straight.
I'm under the spell too.
You're not pleasing me, man. You are pleasing God when you conform to these laws. My love that I have for you, and because of the love that I have for you, I want you to live according to the ways of God. Wife, children, because I want to see you do what's best for yourself. The righteous wants to see you do what's best for yourself. You know where I get that from? You know where I get that from, man? Jeremiah. Jeremiah wanted the nation to do what was best for themselves. That's why he kept pleading with them and kept coming to them and coming to them and coming to them. Look, Ezra. Pleaded for the people that rejected God.
Right.
Then the angel came to him and said, man, why are you so concerned about these people, man? Why are you worried about these people that hate God? He's asked him that. He said, man, worry about the righteous and the path for the righteous. But he cried out for the people, man. But the people rejected God. That should tell you the mind frame that these man them had. That should tell you the mind frame that these men had. That's the mind frame that I kind of acquire. That's the mind frame that we need to acquire. Forget him, man. He said, forget. Chill out. Ezra ain't say that. And they were serving gods with wood and stone, but Ezra ain't say that. He cried out for them, man. Cried out for them. Let's read.
And in the morning, then you shall see the glory of the Lord.
In the morning, you're going to see the glory of God.
That he heareth your murmurings against the Lord. And what are we that he murmur?
He said he heard your murmurings that was against God. It wasn't against Moses and Aaron and Miriam, because those are the three people that God sent.
That's right.
That's why I mentioned all three.
They were chosen. Those were the heads.
Very few women God used as a tool. Miriam was the first one. Then you had prophetess, Deborah and Huldah, the prophetess. And these was married women, but when they got home, the prophetess stopped. They didn't do that in the house with their husband.
They didn't even correct it.
They didn't do that in the house with their husband.
Don't say the Lord to their husband.
She made sure she did according she made sure she did according to what she needed to do in that house with her husband. And let him rule. And let him rule. Because that's what God says. That's what God says. He said, allow your man to rule you. You know what the ruling was? Rule you according to the commandments of God. As far as the laws and the commandments of God. Because without me ordering you or guiding you according to the laws of God, you're going to violate.
You're going to eat again.
You're going to eat swine again. You're going to suck on the fat. You're going to suck on the lobster tail. You're going to suck on the shrimps.
The pus that you think is meat.
The crab legs.
Pus.
Which is pus. Most of them things, I was doing the studies, man, lobster and all them things has the anatomy of roaches. Has the same anatomy as roaches. Roaches don't got no meat.
The same pus.
Lobster don't have meat. Shrimps don't have meat. They're an exoskeleton. And when you kill them while they're alive, the pus and everything that's in them oozes out.
That's the meat.
It oozes out. That's why when you cook them alive and when you cook them and boil them under intense heat, the pus that's in them hardens. And when you crack it open and eat it, that's what you're eating. Not meat. You're eating the pus that's congealed inside. Congealed pus. God ain't give us lobster, crabs, and shrimps to eat, man. He said, everything that's of the waters ye shall surely eat. Fins and scales.
A lot of things that don't have
fins and scales. It must have to consume it. If it don't have fins and scales, you don't eat it. It don't give you a reason why. He just said don't eat it. Why we gotta ask for explanations all of cotton picking time? Just read it. God said don't do it. Just don't do it. Well, I'm trying. No, man. Trying. You trying too hard. I'm trying to. You trying too hard. Just follow the curriculum and follow the order. And God will open and let God lead you, man. Let God lead you. You don't know who God is. So you know what? Let your man lead you. Let your father lead you. Let your husband lead you towards righteousness. Towards this book. That's how it goes, man. That's how it goes. That's how it goes.
I know Abraham will command his household that way.
I notice people, men and women, like to determine a man's action according to his past. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Men and women like to determine a man's action or a woman's actions according to their past. All right? But I don't have to do that if the person has changed. The person changed for the better to live according to what God said, then I'm not worried about that.
I say he ain't gonna bring it up.
I ain't worried about that.
He said he ain't gonna bring it up.
Let's read.
And Moses said, this shall be when the Lord shall.
What verse you at?
Verse 8.
Yeah.
Shall give you in the evening flesh to eat.
Uh-huh.
And in the morning bread to the full.
Flesh to eat. In the morning bread to the full.
But that the Lord heareth your murmurings which ye murmur against him.
Mm-hmm.
And what are we? Your murmurings are not against us, but against the Lord.
He said, your murmurings ain't against me. He said, but you're murmuring against God. Read. Go ahead.
Moses spake unto Aaron, say unto all the congregation of the children of Israel, come near before the Lord.
Come near before the Lord.
For he had heard your murmurings.
He heard your murmurings. He heard your complaining.
And it came to pass, as Aaron spake unto the whole congregation of the children of Israel, that they looked toward the wilderness, and behold, the glory of the Lord appeared in the clouds.
Next thing, everybody came close. Say, look, glory of God came down right in front of the tabernacle. Right in front of the tabernacle. Read.
And the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, I have heard the murmurings of the children of Israel.
I have heard the murmurings of the children of Israel.
Speak unto them, saying, at even ye shall eat flesh.
At even ye shall eat flesh.
And in the morning ye shall be filled with bread.
In the morning you're going to be filled with bread.
And you shall know that I am the Lord your God.
By this you will know that I am God.
Only God can do
I said, by this you're going to know that I am God. Because only a God could do such things. You know what that is, to be standing outside and bread is dropping from heaven?
Yeah. You just pick it up, and you can do what you're going to do.
Read.
And it came to pass that at even the quails came up.
The quails came up.
And covered the camp.
Covered the camp.
And in the morning the dew lay round about the host.
And in the morning the dew lay round about the host. And
when the dew that lay was gone up, behold, upon the face of the wilderness, there lay a small round thing, as small as the hoar frost on the ground. And when the children of Israel saw it, they said one to another, it is manna.
It is manna.
But they wist not what it was.
They didn't know what it was.
And Moses said unto them, This is the bread which the Lord has given you to eat. This is the thing which the Lord had commanded. Gather of it every man according to his eating.
Gather every man according to his eating. You eat 1 omer. Make sure you gather 2 omers on the 6th day.
An omer for every man.
Omer for every man.
According to the number of your persons.
According to the number of your persons.
Take ye every man for them which are in his tents. And the children of Israel did so, and gathered, some gathered more, some less.
Some gathered more, some gathered less. They didn't hearken to the commandment of God. God said, when you go to gather this bread, gather according to your eating. An omer for each person.
You got 5 people in there?
You got 5 people, gather 5 omers. Don't gather less, don't gather more. They did everything except from what God said. God said don't gather more, they gather less. God said don't gather less, they gathered more. It was only 2 persons inside the house. It was only supposed to gather 2 omers. This guy went and gathered 4. This guy went and gathered 4. Only 1 person. It was 1 omer. This guy went and gathered 2 omers. Go ahead.
And when they did meet it with an omer, he that gathered much had nothing over. And he that gathered little had no lack. They gathered every man according to his eating. And Moses said, let no man leave of it till the morning.
Don't leave nothing until the morning. Read.
Notwithstanding,
just simple rules to see if you're able to hearken to simple rules. Simple orders. And you know what? You can watch and observe how man and woman is today. How they operate. How it's so hard to hearken to simple rules.
That's how you know.
God gave these people, they're pimples. I called them a pimple by mistake. I meant to say people. Yeah, you've been in a pimple is something that aggravates you, and you're an annoying thing. You're annoying. You are a pimple. That's what we was to God. We was a pimple to God. We was annoying to God because we was against God. So he gave us simple rules. And we couldn't follow that. Just like today. Give a person simple rules, you come up with an erroneous idea of how to do it. She came up with a erroneous idea, with her own idea. When I gave you simple rules. And then when the person gets angry, you say, why are you angry?
I told you about one, you bought two. I didn't tell you about it.
Simple rules God gave these people.
Simple.
And we couldn't hearken. That tells you right there that they was not able or worthy of the commandments of God. You don't see the order? When a person can't hearken to simple rules, you can't hearken to God. You're not able to do the laws of God. You are not able to do these commandments because you can't hearken to simple rules. You are not valid. Simple rules.
Stuck on my own ways.
You too stuck on your own ways, the brother said. That's why you can't hearken to simple rules. And no matter what you do, it don't count. You know why? Because you can't hearken to simple rules. Simple rules. Go to the store, make sure you come right back. You go to the store, you don't come right back. You stop and talk. Simple rules. You can't do God's law. If you find yourself doing that, or you did that before, tell yourself that and acknowledge that you can't be that way. Because you can't change. You're still alive. And you have a chance to get better with God. Simple rules. Read.
But some of them left of it until the morning, and it bred worms.
Some of them left until the morning, and it bred worms, and it stank.
And Moses was
angry with them. Read.
They gathered it every morning, every man according to his eating. And when the sun waxed hot, it melted.
It was so light that once the sun waxed hot, the sun melted it. Read.
And it came to pass that on the sixth day they gathered twice as much.
On the sixth day they gathered twice. If you gather 2, make sure you gather 4. If you gather 3, make sure you gather 6. If you gather 4, make sure you gather 8. If you gather in 5, make sure you gather 10.
That's how it goes.
Go ahead.
2 omers for one man. And all the rulers of the congregation came and told Moses. And he said unto them, this is that which the Lord has said. Tomorrow is the rest.
Tomorrow is the what?
Is the rest.
Is the rest of the holy Sabbath.
Unto the Lord.
Okay. Unto God. Right? The word rest is Shabbat. Right? It means rest. What does rest mean? To cease from work or movement in order to relax. Movement. I can't go visit 5 camps. I don't visit 5 and 6 and 8 and 20 camps. All 5 camps has a unity Shabbat. You got to be at every one of them. sit down. Go sit down somewhere, man. Big Shalom, DCB, Koshery, all these kids got to use Shabbat. This guy want to go visit everything. Oh, I visit this kosher, come see Shabbat. And then next thing, oh yeah, we gonna go see Big Shalom Unity Shabbat. Man, these niggas is heathens, man. Y'all heathens, man. Go sit down somewhere, man. Why you gotta go visiting all over the place? Okay, you gotta travel. Okay, you gotta travel to go to the congregation, and when you travel and get to the congregation, stay there.
I'm killing time, brother.
But brothers want to kill
They don't
time.
know how to stay still.
They don't know how to stay
Shabbat.
still. This is not
They're
done with joyfulness
No,
apart.
no.
Every 5 minutes, he's checking his watch.
Can't wait.
We got 5 more minutes. The old adulterer said, we don't get paid for overtime. He's an adulterer. He said, we don't get paid for overtime. Old adulterous one. Rushing the sun to go down. Because you can't refrain from your own thoughts and your own ways. God asked for 1 day. You can't even give God the whole day. You can't give God the whole day.
That's the sacrifice.
The word for Shabbat, the definition for Shabbat is rest and cessation. CESSATION. You know what cessation is? Process of ending or being brought to an end. Everything stops. Everything is on a halt.
We'll continue.
That's why they didn't travel.
No movement.
There was no movement. All the cattle and horses were set. Look, God said the cattle has to
They
rest.
rest. They don't get work.
So if the cattle has to rest, you think they're going to be riding on some mule?
No, that's not what the training
You think they're going to be riding on... No.
was.
They're not going to work the horses. They ain't going to work the mules.
Oxes is chilling.
They're all around. They're all
They get
in
sick
their
in their habitat.
habitat.
Grazing. Chilling.
Sit, chilling, relaxing,
Everybody get chilling.
relaxing.
All that.
Another definition is to cease from activity.
Exactly.
The only activity that's supposed to be going on is Sabbath teachings.
This is this activity.
Sabbath teachings.
Right.
Learning the ways of God. Learning the ways that God accepts. Learning the ways that God don't accept. Learning that I need to change my ways according to what God accepts.
Yesterday.
Huh?
This is acceptable. That's right.
This got to be every day, man. This has to be every day. In order to increase or get better with God, this has to be every day.
It's every day.
Not once in a while.
It's every day.
Not only on Shabbat.
Every day.
You can't pick the book up only on Shabbat and expect for your understanding to increase in God. Who do you think gonna know more? One that read every day, or one that just read on one day?
Every day.
You gotta read every day in order to acquire the fear of God, and you're not gonna acquire that automatically. It takes time to get that 100% fear. And you gotta be putting in works with God to get that 100% fear. Let's read.
Verse 23.
Uh-huh.
And he said unto them, this is that which the Lord has said. Tomorrow is the rest of the holy Sabbath unto the Lord. Bake that which he will bake.
Tomorrow is the rest of the holy Sabbath of God. Holy means sanctified, set apart, hallowed.
Means separate.
This day is separate from the 6 days. This day, the things that we do on the 6th day, you don't do it today because now you're making the day common.
Can't allow it.
The things that I speak about on the 6th day, I can't speak about it today because now you're making the day common.
That's right.
How I behave and how I act on the 6th day, I can't do that today. What happened to for the sake of the Sabbath? I'm going to leave it alone. What happened to that? What happened to for the sake of the Sabbath? I ain't going to argue with you today and go back and forth and get to all this and to get myself bent out of shape. All right, don't worry about it. You got it. Leave it alone. You wouldn't do it on Christmas. And you don't do it on Thanksgiving. Or you never celebrated Christmas and Thanksgiving, but you don't do it on the 6th day. Why?
Right.
Because I have what to pacify me. This don't pacify you. If this pacify you, and it is 100% your pleasure and your delight, then you're going to refrain from friction.
Right.
You're going to refrain from that. Something that's going to cause a debate or argument, controversy. The next thing, it starts to elevate. Spreads quick. Tom Sheep.
Bake that which you will bake today.
Bake that what you're going to bake today. You can't bake nothing on Shabbat. You can't cook nothing on Shabbat. You can't boil nothing on Shabbat.
And see that he will see. And that which remained over, lay up for you to be kept until the morning. And they laid it up until the morning. Moses bade, and it did not stink, neither was there any worm therein. And Moses said, eat that today, for today is the Sabbath.
Today is the Sabbath unto God, Tamshi.
Today ye shall not find it in the
field.
Man,
today you not going to find it in the field. Go ahead.
6 days ye shall gather it, for on the 7th day, which is the Sabbath, in it there shall be none. And it came to pass that there went out some of the people on the 7th day.
It came to pass that went out some of the, what verse you at?
Verse 27.
Go ahead. And it came to pass
that there went out some of the people on the 7th day for to gather, and they found none.
They still went out on the 7th day to gather. Hey, wisdom should tell you right there. Gather, that's a dangerous thing. You know why I say that's dangerous? Because that's the same thing that got that man to be stoned in the wilderness because he got caught gathering sticks.
Searching and collecting.
He got caught gathering sticks. He died for his actions, for gathering sticks, not for kindling fire, not for his intentions on kindling fire. He got caught gathering. So guess what? To gather is work. The book teaches us what not to do on the Sabbath day. To gather is work. So I don't gather nothing. There have been times that a person had his plate of food and he spilled it. Spread all over the place. I'm not going to get a tool that's used for work, like a broom, to sweep all this up and not put it. I'm not doing that. What I will do is take it and push it to the side. I'll take it and I'll push it to the side, out of the way, and guess what? That's staying there. It's staying right there. I ain't picking it up. You know why it stays there? Because ain't no Isaiah here to come and explain to you and tell you whether you're doing right or wrong, to stay on the clear side. I ain't picking it up. Because I may gather it and pick it up, and God look at me as profaning the Sabbath day. I'm pushing it to the side and staying there with some paper towel over it, and that's it. Until sunset. When sun go down, I take my little broom and I sweep, pick it up. We can't sweep on Shabbat.
No.
We don't have designated people to walk around the camp and pick up cups and cans and plates
What about taking the garbage out of the garbage bowl?
Oh, no.
You can't take no garbage out on Shabbat.
I'm doing chores.
You can't do none of that, man.
That is work.
All that is work. But people think the only work that God is talking about is the work that consists of your job.
Work for pay.
Work for pay. Y'all out your mind, man.
Work more time.
Y'all out your mind.
Just gathering alone.
Tom Street.
Verse 28.
Uh-huh.
The Lord said unto Moses, how long refuse ye to keep my commandments?
He said, how long will you people continue to refuse my commandments? Huh? How long? Go ahead, read.
See, for that the Lord hath given you the Sabbath. Therefore he giveth you on the 6th day the bread of 2 days. Abide ye every man in his place. Let no man go out of his place on the 7th day. So the people rested on the 7th day. And the house of Israel called the name thereof manna. It was like coriander seed.
Don't piss me off.
It was like coriander seed, white, and the taste of it was like wafers made with honey. And Moses said, this is the thing which the Lord commanded. Fill an omer of it to be kept for your generations, for they that may see the bread wherewith I had fed you in the wilderness. When I brought you forth.
The ark of the covenant of God.
That's right.
Stop telling me that they found the ark.
Yeah.
I don't want to hear it. They did not find the ark. God commanded Jeremiah to hide the ark in the mountains. Which mountain?
The Mount of God.
Mount Sinai. Mount Sinai. That holy mountain. Whose appearance came down and incinerated the whole mountain.
He took it from them before they went to Babylon.
That's right.
He said, no, get this from them. Get the
Before they went into Babylon, he was commanded to put that ark up.
That's right.
And you know what's in that ark? The original tablets,
So,
the manna,
yeah. Manna.
the rod, Aaron's rod, put inside the ark and hidden in the mountains as evidence and proof that what you read here is facts, that everything that happened is real. And no matter what you tell these people, oh, scientists found this and scientists found that to substantiate the book, they still don't believe. They still don't believe it. Well, I'm just trying to believe and understand and this, and you trying too hard.
It's not for you.
It's not for you. It's not for you. Now, when a man that has the determination of God, has the determination to serve God, you're gonna anger him. Then you want to ask him why he's angry. Why he's getting like that. Because it's aggravation. It's frustrating. That's why.
You will accept.
Is that good, Brother Reed?
Fill an omer of it to be kept for your generations, that they may see the bread therewith I have fed you in the wilderness, when I brought you forth from the land of Egypt. And Moses said unto Aaron, take a pot and put an omer full of manna therein, and lay it up before the Lord to be kept for your generations.
Yeah.
As the Lord commanded Moses, so Aaron laid it up before the testimony to be kept. And the children of Israel did eat manna 40 years, until they came to a land inhabited. They did eat manna until they came unto the borders of the land of Canaan. Now an omer is the 10th part of an ephah.
You know when that time was? You said that was a time of Joshua. Joshua about to go over that Jordan and take them into that land. He said that's when the manna stopped. That's when the manna ceased. All that time, God made sure he fed them with bread.
They didn't have to worry about
They ain't had to worry about nothing.
The water was right there.
Water's right there.
In the desert.
Serious? Let's go to Proverbs chapter 1.
Proverbs chapter 1.
Uh-huh.
The Proverbs of Solomon, the son of David, king of
Israel. Proverbs of Solomon, the son of David, man. I said the son of David. A son that was elected and chosen by God. A son that God named himself.
Himself.
Named him Jedediah.
Jedediah.
My beloved. My beloved one, man. Why? Because why he called him Jedediah? My beloved one. Because he dug his father. He dug King David, man. Hey, God dug King David, man. God dug King David. And because he dug him so much, he had that same interest in his son, Solomon. Go ahead, read.
To know wisdom and instruction.
To know wisdom and instructions. Huh? Okay? What is instructions? Instructions, the Hebrew word for instructions is musad. Huh? When you look up the word musad, it means learning. Learning is knowledge acquired through experience. Knowledge acquired through study. Knowledge acquired by what you was being taught. Those are the three things.
That's right. That's right. That's right.
3 ways of how you acquire knowledge of God. You gotta study. Those don't study, but then want to talk to you about God and his laws. I'm not talking to you, and you don't even read the book.
You don't even understand everything.
You don't even understand everything you read. And in order to a person that's able to accept, he will accept the teachings of the head. Now, I had to watch this head or this leader and know the book at the same time to know if this head or this leader is speaking the right thing. Speaking what God said. It has to correlate with what you read in the book. For me to call you my leader, for me to sit down under you and accept everything you say, has to correlate with the book. He said to know wisdom and instructions,
to perceive the words of understanding.
To perceive. When you're able to perceive the words of understanding. Not everybody is able to perceive. To perceive means to understand. Right? To teach or to explain. To be able to understand, to be able to teach or explain the words of understanding. That's an ability. That's an ability that you're born with. That's why everybody don't belong standing up here going through some book talking about their teaching. But go sit down somewhere, man. It's not a talent class. Go sit down somewhere. And the head was gifted with that sight. Other than that, you're going to be led astray by teachings that is not of God. Everybody don't belong up here. No. I want to know what this brother think about the book. It's not going to be here. I'm not going to use this platform. Go up there, man. No. On the break, I want to hear you talk. Let me see. Personal. What you know.
During the week, I pop up on you.
Yeah. You don't come up here.
Gotta see if you got it.
That's right. He said to know wisdom and instruction. To perceive the words of understanding. It also means understanding, and it also means able to perceive reasoning. Understanding is to depart from evil. What is reasoning? Reasoning is the action of thinking of something in a logical, sensible way. And when you think of something in a logical way or sensible way, it correlates with what God says. That's why I'm able, or you will be able to tell a person, don't do that, don't do this, do this, do this. Don't act that way. Because it's all correlating with the ways of God, with what you read in the book. I'm not going to tell you you're wrong if I didn't read about it that God said is wrong, or if it's not the ways of our forefathers. Tom Shee.
To receive the instruction of wisdom, justice.
To receive the instructions of wisdom. You're able, Musad, you're able to receive chastisement, reproof, reprimand, correction.
Justice.
Justice.
And judgment. And equity.
And equity. Right?
Yeah.
Now, what is wisdom? The word for wisdom, it says, he's care, to acquire sense. Wisdom is the ability to understand. Wisdom is the performance of the commandments of God. Wisdom is when you're able to recognize when something is right or wrong. You're able to recognize when something is right or wrong, even if you're at fault. People only recognize when something is wrong when it's not dealing with themselves. But when you did it, you have a hard time telling yourself that you're wrong, and you justify yourself, your wrongdoing that you did against to offend people.
You want to be accepted. You want to be accepted.
That's pride, and you can't do these laws. You can't do the commandments of God. Able to recognize when something is right or wrong, using your knowledge of what is right or wrong according to what God said. That's how you do that. Where you at? What verse? 4?
Verse 3.
Verse 3.
No, verse 4, yeah. Verse 4.
Verse justice, judgment, and equity. You know what equity is?
Oh, wow.
Equity. Equity is something else. I'm going to get into equity. I'm going to save that for the next chapter, so we can really learn and understand what equity is. Move on. Let's teach.
To clue.
But
To give
subtlety
to the simple.
Subtlety. Now, the word for subtlety is adama. Ayin resh mem hey. Subtlety is used different in various parts of the book. Okay? For good and bad. Okay? Now, for this part, or for this particular word here, subtlety to the simple. When you look up adama, it means prudence.
Oh.
Prudence is cautiousness.
Yeah.
We know prudence means the ability, which is, this is an ability. This is something that you're born with. You can't, everybody don't have prudence. Everybody don't have prudence, because when you have prudence, you govern and discipline yourself when you're wrong. You recognize you're wrong. You're not going to do something to offend people and say that you are not wrong. And when you offend people, you're going to come to your right wits and say, well, you know what? That person did not offend God in doing this. So why am I angry at that person if he did not offend God by doing this? I can't act this way with this one, that one, that one. If he is not wrong, he's wrong according to your eyes. And you feel he's wrong.
You may not like it.
You may not like it, but what you like and what you think doesn't count.
It doesn't matter.
It don't matter what you don't like, man. And that's why people put themselves on the pedestal. What you don't like don't count. The only thing that counts is if you offend God in what you did or said.
Train yourself.
That's what counts. Yeah. And no matter what you tell people, man, did he offend God? No, but leave the butt alone.
That's your feelings.
Take butt and stuff him in the toilet. Take butt. Take that word butt and push him out. Push him out into the toilet and flush it. That's just your pride. That's all it is. It's your pride. Take butt and stuff it. Butt don't count. I'm going to ask you the question again, Godson. Oh, pagan one. Oh, ungodly one. Did he offend God? That's the question. And if you're going to be truthful with yourself, you'll give me the right answer. You give me the right answer, man. And that's why you can't walk with every and anybody. They want you to walk with them and agree with them in their wrongness. And then when I don't agree with you, everybody don't agree with you, you get attitude because nobody agrees with you. I don't have to agree with you. I got to agree with my parents and God. Oh, ungodly one. Those are the only ones I got to agree with. It's God and my parents. Don't get an attitude when people don't agree with you, with your despicable. Come on, man. You kidding me? Your view and the way you see it is wrong. Because I don't agree with you is a problem. But you're wrong. And you're too stout-hearted and stubborn to back out. Sit down and think and check yourself to acknowledge that what you're doing is wrong. What's wrong with you, man? What's wrong with you, man? That's an ability that not everybody has. The ability to govern and discipline oneself by the use of reasoning. By the use of reasoning. The other definition for Adamah, is a dictionary from, I think Prince Zachariah told me from the 1800s, 1600s. I have it on the internet. Look up the word for Adamah. It also means cautiousness. Cautiousness. We got to be cautious with ourselves 24/7. Listen, man. We got to be cautious, man. We got to be cautious. Cautious is what? A quality. I said not everybody has that quality. Not everybody has those qualities. You know who got those qualities? The elect, the chosen, the saints of God got those qualities. So when you ain't cautious about yourself, you're not the elect. You're not the chosen one. You ain't no saint. You got to be cautious with yourself to be a saint or an elect one of God, which means you're watching yourself on how you offend people, man. How you offend God and how you offend people by your words and your actions. You want to play games, man? Cautious is what? A quality or habit. You know what a habit is? You ain't gotta have it as a quality, but you can develop cautiousness in God by causing it to be habitual. See, when we serve a God that equipped us and told us certain things, how to acquire these things. He's okay, Smitty don't have this quality, but you can develop this quality by making it habitual. Habitual. This is something that's done over and over. over and over. I don't want to hear that I heard already. You got to do this over and over in order to get accustomed. In order to be accustomed to this. In order to be accustomed to doing this. In order to acquire that. This is something that has to be over and over and over.
Same with your diet.
Same with your diet.
So you're going to get tired.
That's right. That's right. He says a quality or a habit of being careful about what you say and do. Be cautious. You can offend people with your words. Why you said that to this person? You don't see that you was wrong for what you said? People died for the things that they said out of their mouth. In the book, he said, man, hey, watch your mouth. He said, hold that tongue. He said, there they go right there. So whatever you was telling me, say it now. God said, hold your tongue, for we will not make mention of the name of God. We sin in our actions, in the words that we speak. That's right.
So you can say certain things.
You can say certain things and bring death to yourself. But we get all emotional and start running our mouth. And running our mouth. And running our mouth. And running our mouth. Like you got hot cakes in your mouth. Can't be quiet. Can't hold the tongue. That tongue is an unruly member of the body. Very unruly. It moves when you don't want it to move. You start talking when you don't want to talk. You start doing things when you don't want to do it. You got to hold it. The mouth still moving. You better watch yourself, man. Watch yourself, man. Watch yourself, man. He said to give what? Subtlety
to the simple.
To the simple. You know what the simple is? The simple was Adam and Eve before they ate of the tree of knowledge of evil, knowledge of good and evil.
Take advantage of them.
So when you're simple and you don't have the knowledge of good and evil, you can get taken advantage of. You can get led astray. You can get pushed that way and moved that way.
Have me thinking this is right. Yeah.
That's what it's called, simple ones. Simple ones.
To the young man, knowledge and discretion.
To the young man, what?
Knowledge.
To the young man, Knowledge
and
discretion.
Discreet.
Wait a minute. I said, wait a minute. We are reading words from a man that was chosen by God. Now this man is showing us how we need to get God's attention.
Because you gotta have all of this.
You gotta have all of this for God to look at you as righteous. You gotta have all this for God to look at you and take you to himself. That's the ways of the righteous man. 99% of these things that we read of the laws and the commandments that we read in the book has to deal with our ways and how we think, how we is. When are we going to realize that and start putting it into an effect? When? The garment is used to cover your treacherousness. That's why it's called beged. The root word is bagad, means to be treacherous. So when you put on the garment, it's supposed to cover your faults, your treacherousness. That's why Paulie always says, he said, man, you got a garb, you got a robe on, man. He said, you shouldn't act like that in your garbs. You shouldn't move like that in your garbs. Because they require a certain way or a mannerism. when you put and dress like this way, man. It calls for a different behavior. I wanted to go back to the definition of prudence. And I'm going to go back to where we left off. The ability to govern. You know what it means to govern? That's an ability. Not everybody can govern, and not everybody can discipline oneself, because that is also a quality. So when you govern yourself, you know what you're doing? To exert. What does exert mean? Exert means to push out. To push out what I have in me. To exert, right? A determining or guiding influence in or over a person. So when you govern yourself, you push out a guiding influence. That's why people will fall under your command and fall under you and allow you to be head, because you have strong influence over the person. So he look towards you and he comes towards you for questions, and the questions come to you and come to you and they come to you and they come to you. Yeah. Yeah. Because you have a guiding influence over the people. Now go back to that verse where we left that little piece. I think was it 4? It said to the young man, to give. Now, to give subtlety to the simple, to the young man, knowledge, which is the know-how. Because if you don't have knowledge of the commandments, if you don't know how to fulfill them, you ain't gonna do it right. Right? It said knowledge and what? Discretion. That's a heavy word. I said that's a heavy word.
It's for women too.
Oh yeah.
Kids, everybody. That discretion right there.
That's a heavy word. You know what discretion is? 90% of men today don't have discretion. Discretion means It means discretion. It means sagacious. Right? Discretion is what? The power or right. Man, let's see. Yeah, I'm looking at what I wrote. I don't understand what I wrote. The power or right to whatever, or act according to. All right, discretion. Another definition of discretion is a quality. It's also a quality because everybody don't have discretion. All right, they're not discreet. It's a quality of behaving or speaking in such a way as to avoid causing offense or revealing private information. You don't have discretion. That's why you run your mouth and you say things to offend people and say you're right. That's when a person don't have discretion in them. People don't have that. When you have a person that watch the words of his mouth, man, he's discreet and he's on point on the things that he say out of his mouth. If you have discretion, you are polite and careful in what you do or say, because you want to avoid embarrassing or offending someone. I don't want to embarrass you. I don't want to offend you. Okay. So I choose my words wisely. That's discretion. This is the ways of God. And when you're not moving in this particular aspect, you don't have the ways of God. You're not moving in righteousness. That's deep, man. That's deep. sagacious, having keen mental discernment. You know what keen is? Sharp mental discernment between what is right and wrong according to what God said is right and wrong. You are able to see and understand and tell a person you're wrong. You shouldn't have did that. You shouldn't have moved that way. You shouldn't have said that. Keen mental discernment.
You can see the difference clearly.
That's right.
You see the right and wrong.
That's clearly. Right. Clearly. Go ahead, read.
Verse 5.
Go ahead, read.
A wise man will hear.
A wise man. I said a wise man will hear. Everybody not going to hearken. Everybody not going to hear. Everybody not going to listen. No, doesn't matter how many times you open your mouth and you tell them. Constantly. Over and over. Over and over. Over and over. Man, you tell him Abba said. He ain't listening to that. He still have a reason why he moved the way he moved. Tell him Ima said. He don't care. God said. They don't care. Look, our forefathers, they moved this way. He don't care. Or she don't care. We are damned. We are damned. We're going straight to the pit. We are marked for destruction.
A wise man will hear and will increase learning.
A wise man will hear and will increase learning. That's how you learn. That's how you increase in knowledge. That's how you increase in wisdom. By listening. By listening. By listening and absorbing. By listening and absorbing. And don't absorb everything you hear. Some things you hear does not correlate with the book. You got to eject it. You got to be able to eject and suck in. You know what to eject. You know what to suck in. Tamshi.
And a man of understanding shall attain unto wise counsel.
And a man of understanding, a man that departs from evil shall acquire wise counsel. You know what wise counsel means? Takbulot. All right? Takbulot means steering. Steering. Guidance. A man that depart. A man of understanding. A man that depart from evil shall attain or acquire the ability to steer oneself. The man that depart from evil will acquire the ability to guide himself. Able to guide yourself. Because I leave all from the things that God hates. Because he departed from evil, and that's why he was able to guide himself in righteousness. You know what steering means? Steering means to control the course of self. To control your path. That's right. Guidance is help and advice using the knowledge of God. So you guide yourself according to the knowledge that you have of God. That's it. Knowledge of God, the ways of God, the path of God. Let's read, man.
To understand a proverb.
To understand a proverb. To understand Mishle means proverb, and it also means a parable. To understand a parable,
And the interpretation.
And the interpretation.
The words of the wise.
The words of the wise.
And their dark sayings.
And their dark sayings.
The fear of the Lord is the beginning of knowledge.
The fear of the Lord is the beginning of knowledge.
That's the beginning.
Knowledge is the know-how. That's the beginning of knowledge. Tamshi.
But fools despise wisdom and instruction.
But fools despise wisdom and instructions. Instructions is when you telling a person, listen, you're wrong, you shouldn't do this, blah, 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 blah. Instructions is what? Detailed information, telling how something should be done. When I tell you, yo, you shouldn't do this, you should have moved this way. I'm only instructing you according to what I read, according to what the book, and how our forefathers moved accordingly. So I instruct you accordingly. But when you reject that, you reject God. Let's read.
My son, hear the instruction of thy father.
My son, hear the instructions of thy father.
And forsake not.
Forsake or abandon. Don't forsake or abandon what?
The law of thy mother.
The law of thy mother. Because our parents have their own laws, have their own instructions, besides of what you read in the book that they want you to follow. That they want you to follow. Our parents got their own rules to guide you in life. So when you go against that, now, my parents, an example, my parents don't serve God. Right? My parents don't serve God. They can't instruct, and you married. They can't instruct you to do something that's against God, and you go and do it. Talking about my parents said they instruct me. No, I can't do it. I can't do that, Mama. I can't come to your church. I can't do that. Better not go up in there.
You better not.
You better not. Talking about God said to follow the law of the command. You better not.
Yeah.
Tom sheep.
For they shall be an ornament of grace unto thy head.
They shall be an ornament. You know what the word for ornament is? A totefet, a frontlet. It shall be a frontlet of grace upon thy head.
And chains about thy neck.
And chains about thy neck.
My son.
My son.
If sinners entice thee.
If sinners entice thee.
Consent thou not.
He said, don't hearken to them. Don't hearken to them. You got to be able to discern when someone is ordering you and telling you things that is against God. We got to stop agreeing with wickedness and evil.
Right.
We got to stop defending wickedness and evil. We all know the ways of God. We know the ways of God and the things that God accepts. Stop agreeing with the wicked one. Wicked one come up and tell you, you ain't the only one telling them. Everybody is telling him, you're wrong.
Yeah. Don't make
you're wrong. Crab.
That's right.
You're wrong.
That's right.
Goddamn crab. Hey, that's what you is, a crab. You're a crab, man. You're a damn crab. When you go against the commandment of God, that's what you is. Let's read.
Verse 11.
Verse 11.
If they say, come with us, let us wait for blood. Let us lurk privately for the innocent without cause.
He said, come with us. Let us lay wait for blood. Let us lurk privately for the innocent without cause. It is no reason, and you don't have no reason why you want to take this man's life. We got to really look at ourselves. Why we come up with reasons to take a man's life or to do something to a person when it's not called for. It ain't called for it. You're going to be by your cotton picking self. Because I keep telling you, the person did not violate the curriculum and the standard of God. But you want to move on a person that did, you crazy, man. You out your mind. You want me to move on your call? I move on God's call, and I move according to what God says. If the person violated God, move on it. Person ain't violate you. He ain't do nothing to you. Everything is good. You mad at the person because of what he think and how he feel because he didn't do something. You out your mind, man. You crazy.
Yes, sir.
That you feel he should have did or she should have did. You crazy. Let's read.
Let us swallow them up alive as the grave and whole as those that go down into the pit. We shall find all precious substance.
What verse you at?
Verse 13.
Go ahead.
We shall find all precious substance. We shall fill our houses with spoil. Cast in thy lot among us. Let us all have one purse. My son, walk not down in the way with them.
My son, walk not in the way with them. Don't follow them.
Refrain thy foot from their path.
Refrain thy foot from their path. Withhold. Prevent yourself from following in that manner. Read.
For their feet run to evil and make haste to shed blood.
Uh-huh.
Surely in vain the net is spread in the sight of any bird.
Uh-huh.
And they that lay wait for their own blood, they look privately for their own lives. So are the ways of everyone that is greedy of gain.
Uh-oh.
Take it away the life of the owners thereof.
Uh-huh. He says, so are the ways of everyone that is greedy of gain. That's unjust gain, unjust profit, which taken away the life of the owners thereof. He said, wisdom cried out. The Hebrew word, know the Hebrew word for that? It said wisdom cried out. It also means forewarns. Wisdom warns. It warns you from doing things that is contrary to what God says. That's what wisdom does. Right. When you go to stretch forth your hand to do something that is not acceptable to God, then that word come in your mouth and stop you and say, oh, don't do it. That's right. Then some influence, something come over you and stop you from doing it. That's wisdom. That's right. That's wisdom. Right? Right? He said, wisdom cried out.
She uttered her voice in the street.
What verse you at, Color? Oh, I see it. She uttered her voice in the street.
She cried in the chief place of concourse. In the opening of the gates. In the city, she uttered her words, saying, how long, ye simple ones, will you love simplicity?
How long, ye simple ones, will you love simplicity?
And the scorners love scorning.
And the scorners delight in their scorning, or their desire scorning.
Which they desire.
What is scorning? That's the word lazon. It means haughtiness or mockery. So you don't do things that falls under those categories.
Right.
Haughtiness is stubbornness, pride, mockery. You know what mocking is. Go ahead, read.
Which they desire for themselves, and fools hate knowledge. Turn you at my reproof. Behold, I will pour out my spirit.
He said, turn at my reproof, at my chastisement, at my reprimand. That's God. He said, turn. When I reproof you, I'm expecting you to turn away from what I'm chastising you from. He said, turn at my reproof.
I will pour out my spirit unto you.
You see how you start to acquire the spirit of God? You see how you start to acquire the strength of God? Yeah. The first thing we need to do is turn at God's reproof. When God reprove you and put you through certain trials and tests and tribulations, and he chastises you or reprimand you, you turn. Now, when you turn, God will strengthen you to do his laws 100%. He'll strengthen you to push forward. Tom Sheep.
I will make known my words unto you. Because I have called and you refused.
Because I called and you refused. What is your calling? The very first time that you heard about this God. That's your calling. Your very first time that you heard about this God, God called you. So now, what are you going to do according to this calling? How are you going to live your life according to this calling? Because I called and you refused.
I have stretched out my hand and no man got me.
Because I stretched out my hand and you didn't regard it. You didn't regard it. The word for regard is kwashab, means to be attentive. I stretched out my hand, you wasn't attentive. You didn't hear. You didn't want nothing to do with me. Read.
But ye have set at naught all my counsel.
But ye have set at naught. The word for naught in the Hebrew, it means to neglect. But ye have neglected all my counsel. You neglected everything that I counseled you on. Read.
And would none of my reproof.
And you don't desire my reproof.
I will also laugh at your calamity. I will mock when your fear cometh.
God's gonna put you through it. He gonna put you through it. He gonna put you through it. He gonna put you through it. Let's chop this. Let's go to verse 29. Stay in the same book. Gotta come down soon. Go to verse 29. For that they hated knowledge
and did not choose the fear of Elohim.
Because you hate knowledge and you didn't choose the fear of God. Read.
They would none of my counsel. They despise all my reproof. Therefore shall they eat of the fruit of their own way.
Therefore shall they eat of the fruit of their own way and be filled with their own counsel, with their own advice. God gonna feed you with the lust of your own heart. He gonna increase in you the negative things that we have in you, that we have in us. God gonna increase it. He gonna increase it. Let's go to next chapter, Proverbs chapter 2.
My son, if thou wilt receive my words.
He said, my son.
If thou wilt receive my words and hide my commandments.
If you accept my words, if you receive my words and hide my commandments with thee, which means you're not going to forget. I won't forget.
So that thou incline thine ear.
So that you incline thine ear unto wisdom.
And apply thine heart to understanding.
And apply thine heart to the understanding.
Yea, if thou criest after wisdom.
If you cries after knowledge.
And liftest up thy voice for understanding. If thou seekest her as silver and searchest for her as for hidden treasures.
We chase everything else except for what we need to be chasing. We chase everything else except for chasing after these laws, commandments, and statutes, except for chasing after God. Come see.
Then shalt thou understand the fear of El Israel.
That's the only time you're going to understand the fear of God.
And find the knowledge of El.
And find the knowledge of God. Read.
For El Israel give it wisdom.
For God give it wisdom.
Out of his mouth cometh knowledge.
Out of his mouth cometh knowledge and understanding. Out of his mouth cometh knowledge and understanding. But we reject the laws of God when it doesn't correlate with your thinking pattern.
Right.
We reject this. You think I care about what you think, about what you read here? I don't care about what you think once it's dealing with God. It says what it says, and that's what it is. Now, that's a problem that you got to handle and take up with God. Ask God for strength. That's the problem you got to take up with God. Go ahead, read.
He layeth up sound wisdom for the righteous. He is a buckler to them that walk upright.
He is a buckler. He is a shield. God is our shield. I never read in this book where we had some 6-point star. It's nowhere in the book. Nobody could show me that in the book. When it speaks about the shield, brazen shields, it wasn't talking about no 6-point star, which is 2 triangles on top of each other. One up, one facing down. 6-point star is a demonic symbol.
Right.
5-point star are demonic symbols. Right. Symbols that was used to conjure, to bring in evil spirit, and to cast off evil spirit. Why? Because I got this information from warlocks. I got this information from witches that have done that.
So the cross come from it too.
The cross come from that emblem also. That's right. Tom Sheep.
To keep the paths of judgment.
He said he is a buckler to them that walk uprightly. Now, that's why Job had the edge around him. Because he walked upright with God, so God protected him. God protected him because he was upright with God. In order for God to protect you, you got to be upright with God.
Right.
Let's read.
To keep the paths of judgment, and he preserved the way of his saints.
Where you at?
9.
He said, he keepeth the path of judgment and preserveth the way of the saints. Kasidai. The word for preserve is shamar, means to guard, means to observe. And if the Creator is guarding you and he's observing you, he's watching you. His eyes is on you. He's watching you, man. See, he guard the way of his saints. He's not preserving and guarding and observing every sucker. You gotta be in the category and looked at as a saint, as a godly one, as a pious one, in order for God to guide your foot. He said, Tom, she read.
Then shalt thou understand righteousness.
Then shalt thou understand righteousness. Then you'll be able to understand the righteousness of God. But you're just not going to understand everything because there's a certain level or a way to get into that level to understand it. In the beginning, you're not going to understand it. Go ahead.
Then shalt thou understand righteousness.
And
judgment.
And equity. Yeah, every good path. Now we're going to get into that word equity. Equity. Meshad, Mem, Yod, Shin, Resh. It means equity. It means to be upright. And it means evenness. Equity means being fair and impartial. Impartial means you're not partial. You can judge a matter righteously according to what God says. Okay? Fair. Right? Evenness. Evenness is being without break. Right? What is break? Break means to invalidate, to violate, to transgress. To invalidate means to cancel or make void. To cancel or make void. When you cancel, when you don't agree with what God said, you have invalidated the word of God.
You made it null and void.
You made it null and void. And when you invalidate it and you violate and transgress, you do what? You weaken and destroy the cogency. 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 Cogency is what? Having the power to compel and constrain oneself. You don't got that power. You don't have that power to hold yourself back. You don't have the power to resist. Okay? Go ahead.
When wisdom entereth into thine heart, and knowledge is present unto thy soul, discretion shall preserve thee. Understanding shall
hold up. I missed another definition. It also means identation. All right? Identation, it says the definition of identation is dent. When you look up the word dent, it means it's dent. It's something that have a weakening effect. A weakening effect. That's in the spirit. Right. That's an opening. That's a breach. That's the opening in your spirit. When we transgress against God, leaves an opening in your spirit and it weakens us. You don't have the strength to push for God. Tom sheet. What verse you at?
11.
Go ahead.
Discretion shall preserve thee. Understanding shall keep thee. To deliver thee from the way of the evil man.
He said, discretion shall preserve thee. Understanding shall keep thee. To deliver thee from the ways of the evil man. Discretion and understanding will keep you from walking in this manner. Discretion and understanding would keep you walking in one way that is accepted of God. But because we don't have discretion and understanding, you follow every way. And then you tell yourself that you're right. You follow every way. And you want to convince me that you're right and give me a reason of why you did such things. With that, I'm going to cut it short, and I'm going to call up the next speaker, teacher indeed, Chief Mikael Ben Level.
Giving all praises to the God of Abraham, God of Isaac, God of Jacob. Giving all due respect to my father, my teacher, and my leader, Chief Eleazar, and Dodo of the tribe of Lewi. Giving all due respect, chief men, prince men, brothers and sisters, visitors, mothers in Israel. I bid you out of the tongue of all forefathers. Shabbat Shalom.
Shabbat Shalom Lecha.
We're going to go into the law. We're going to jump around the Lord today. Deuteronomy chapter 24. All these things are beautiful, and they can be acquired, like the man said. Meaning, you can gain these qualities, right? But the performance of the Lord has to be done first. Thou shalt not.
That's it.
That's why before he gave them all the laws, he said, man, like he said, let me see if they can follow a simple instruction. And he's right, because I went through that with someone. Sent someone to the store. I said, bring my change back. What I sent them for, I said, only get one, because I need the change. They bought two. I said, why you bought two? Where's my change? Oh, no, I bought two. Didn't I say buy one? He said, yeah, but. He said, but. That's why I was going crazy when he said it. Because I went through that. And it is frustrating. And it is aggravating. It's not going to make you smile. He said, wait a minute, man. I told you only one. Now, look, you got to go back. Take that back and get my money back. Got upset. Oh, come on, man. I didn't tell you to go over there with my money and do what you want to do. And that's people's problem. We want to do what we want to do, how and when. And that's the problem that we have with God. God is saying, for you to get all of this, what Abraham, your forefather, got, you got to do what he did. You got to do what he did. You got to do what this man did. What he did. He followed my voice. He said he followed my orders. He followed my charge. He followed my commandments, my laws, statutes, judgments, everything. That's what he told his son. Your father did everything I commanded him. So all you got to do is do the same thing your father did. And I'm going to be with you the way I was with him. And to prove that, if you read about Isaac, which is Abraham's son, he went through the same situation as his father did.
That's right.
His wife got snatched. Right or wrong?
That's right.
His wife got snatched. He went there, that was the same king. That king lived for a while. Wow. You know, lived through father, son. Yeah, that same king. So you're going to follow this. It said, following in the footsteps of David, their father. That's what it means to follow in someone's footsteps. It doesn't mean someone's with you, that there's to look at the footsteps on the sand. He's with you. No.
Right.
There has been a path made and a road already mapped out by God and his servants are the examples of how it's done. Time sheet. Deuteronomy chapter 4.
4 or 24?
Deuteronomy chapter 24. Sorry. Deuteronomy chapter 24.
When a man had taken a wife.
When a man had taken a wife means when he picks a wife and he takes her to be his wife. Back then, it was a simple procedure.
Right.
You did not have to get permission from the government of Israel to marry a woman. You know who set the marriages up? The father. If the father wasn't there, he died, or he's not there, whatever the case may be, he got killed, whatever. The mother. Some people don't have mothers and fathers. So whoever is their guardian, what we will call, that's who's a father and a mother to them. And that's these people. They know you. Your parents know you. Your father know you. You know what I'm saying? And they know what's best for you, especially in marrying you all. You know?
That's right.
They arranged the sons and the daughters' marriages. You know that, right? Not just the daughters.
That's right.
They say, hey, son, listen. I arranged. You see, down in Megiddo, the brother Jonathan, he has a second daughter. I just arranged for you and her to get married. Y'all are betrothed. And they ain't never met. Y'all know that, right? It's not all the time they met. The deal was made when they was young. And they were already told, yo, you were already promised to someone.
Right.
Y'all hear that in the movie? Say, well, no, you can't fall in love with that peasant. You have been promised to the prince. And she go and sneak around with the peasant. This is the way of the world. We don't get down like that in Israel.
That's right.
So a lot of the time, most of the parents are the ones who negotiate the terms of marriage. All right? I will go to the father and ask the father about his daughter. See, today now, everybody wants to speak up for themselves. Oh, but I didn't get this. I didn't have no, you know, I know even in India, we're going to leave Israel alone. But this is also a custom right now where people still arrange marriages, but they've been Americanized because they got this phone over there now. They got this over there now in India, in certain places, okay, where they do things different. A lot of those places arrange marriages. Now she don't want to marry that guy. I don't know what I'm marrying. I don't know what kind of guy he is. I don't know what kind of girl she is. Look at that movie Coming to America. What was it about? His father said, hey, he had banquets, kings bringing in the finest, and he was like, oh, I don't want none of them. He told the woman, walk like a dog on one leg, and she did it, right?
Right.
He didn't want that.
Yep.
He went. He came here to America. Where he came to? New York City. He picked either Cali or New York. And he came there to find a woman.
In McDonald's.
And he found her in McDonald's. Just to show y'all how brainwashed everybody is. Everything they put out there, they're guiding you and steering you to think this way.
Right.
See that? The father didn't approve. You see that? It's always the father. And hey, no, I don't want you marrying that woman. I don't want you marrying that man. And they be right or wrong.
Yeah.
They don't listen to the parents, and they go off with the man, and then the man turn on him.
Right.
He turned into something else.
That's right. Yeah.
It's too late now.
The boys in love.
But you put yourself under the jurisdiction of a maniac.
That's right.
Your pops told you. Your mother told you.
That's right.
Ah, man.
He told me.
She's not for you, man.
He told me.
Right or wrong. Sometimes it ain't gotta be mommy and daddy. It could be your man. That's how deep it is now. Your buddy will be like, yo, you talking to that? Right or wrong.
That's right.
Because it doesn't,
He told me.
this woman don't fit you or this man don't fit you. I'm not marrying my daughter off to any dude.
Mm-hmm.
First of all, I will wait to find a man that has at least halfway correct and serving God as me, because I'm the father.
Right.
Okay? He got to look at me as a father. I'm going to deal with him as a son. If I say, hey, son, look, I know the way you've been taught, but that's not the right way. Come, let me show you. That way you don't have my daughter living any different.
Right.
That's why they arranged the marriages. Okay? You just, our woman was precious.
Yeah.
Okay? They were delicate women, honorable to their husbands, honorable to God, honorable to all men.
Sure.
But we don't want women like that. We say we want them, but we don't want women like that. Like I said, just for example, the guy had a woman. Everybody want a woman that do what they say. But when you get that, you throw that away. And any man, any woman that gets with any man, if he's Muslim, you're gonna be Muslim. If you're blood, you're gonna be blood. If he's Crip, she gonna be Crip. You understand where I'm coming from? Right? You don't see a dude that's Muslim, you get with a woman, but she still go to church. Like she grew up in the church, but she's still allowed to go into church, and he's Muslim. You don't see that. I see it in Israel. Mixed marriages, religious marriages. And that's the men's fault. That's the men's fault. You ain't bringing it in right because you're not correct. You allow her to do a lot of things because you're allowing yourself to do a lot of things. That's against God. So you men got to check that. It said when a man taking a wife and married her, and it come to pass that she find no favor in his eyes, pleasantness. There's something that does not please me with her. Okay, and it comes to pass, meaning after time, she finds no favor in his eyes, meaning she keeps doing something that he doesn't like. That's what it means. So now I don't favor her like that. You know what favor means? Yo, boy, the way I used to be, now I don't even desire you. Favor means desire, or you know what I'm saying? You turned me off, so I don't favor you no more. Right?
You ready to go, man.
This is grounds. Now that don't mean she went and laid down with another man. Not all the women are like that.
That's right.
You have some that's faithful to one man, but she got other ways about her that is not good.
That's right.
Jezebel did not lie down with no other man.
That's right.
She was a heathen. But this in the ancient world, a lot of ancient customs were still upheld that people don't upheld today. Okay? When they gave their daughter away, them kings, to another king, she was a virgin.
That's right.
It's an insult. I gave my daughter to you to be, and she was already touched. She's running around like she a virgin in the palace. Somebody got, look. I have an unfaithful servant around me. Somebody got her. Yeah. Somebody got past the eunuchs.
That's right.
Because I ain't giving her away. I'm not breeding whores. I'm teaching her this, not how this is how you don't be a whore. Now, you don't necessarily have to be having sex with men and be a whore. It's also traits and ways of a harlot. Okay?
And every man face.
Okay? There are ways of a woman that is not good in the eyes of God.
Right.
Their ways will depict that they are foreign women. These are women that will make an excuse to go off. So you have some that still, like I said, Jezebel. She didn't lay down with no other man. She was a virgin. Okay? Her father was a king. All right? In Sidonia, which in the books they call, history books, they call Phoenicia. Okay? She was married to Ahab, but Ahab ain't flip her.
Right.
You know what I mean by flip? She has to get flipped. She has to become what Ahab is,
Right.
servant of God.
Right.
Now her life changes
Right.
abruptly. It is certain things, right? Dealing with inside, that's a slower process.
Right.
But the physical things, the outside, the dress wear, the diet, your attendance, all these things
Love
you gotta get done now.
That's right.
There's no probationary period for that.
Give me time.
Oh, wait, look, that was the last time you ate it. You have to say in your head, wow, I got it. First of all, I can't eat what I like no more. That's first of all.
Right.
Facts.
I'm dealing with this. That's why he said God made him hungry to see what he had. So first of all, wow, okay, wow. Ooh, wow. Won't be able to celebrate that no more. Look, I'm the one that makes the turkey on Thanksgiving.
Yeah.
I got a special sauce and stuffing. All that's dead. They on their own with that. That's when you made up your mind to learn the ways of God. That has to be done.
Has to be. Has to be.
And growing up in Israel, growing up being born in this, it was a learning process. You don't get it all. We were doing things one way. And in time, God said, see, I'm going to show the man in this house here the right way. Because he's looking at it and saying, well, look, this has to get done. He's looking at the washing laws. And he said, I got to get this done before I die. The dietary, all these laws got to get accomplished. And it took years, decades. Points. At one time, we had pictures all over the wall. I had rappers, posters all over. Okay? We had toys, G.I. Joe, Transformers. Okay? My Little Pony. Remember that? Strawberry shortcake. It's a whole line of them. They smell all different. We had more than anybody. The 6-point star was all over the walls. It was like graffiti up in here.
That's right.
All in the closets. Because we felt, hey, this is what represented righteousness. This is what was taught. But in time, studying and adhering to what you were taught at the beginning will open you up to understand. That's what I said, to understand the Proverbs, to understand and perceive. Now, boom, one day said, hey, man, nah, man, read, yo, come here. So come here, Shama. Come here, man. Come here, y'all. Hey, get the book. Read that. Go to that part. He said, yeah, you see, I was doing it this way. But now, God opened my eyes. Didn't he say that?
That's right. That's right.
He said, God opened my eyes. And the part that he make one of us read, he said, this is how it go now. He said, so look, no more this or no more that. That's what this is about. Cutting off. Because we don't know, and the ones that do know have to stop and cut it off. That way you make room in your spirit to gain the qualities he was talking about. You got to do these commandments.
That's right.
And then studying them, you're going to learn ways.
That's right.
And you're going to learn about yourself.
That's right.
And the more you do, you're going to say, okay, you know what? Yeah, I ain't doing that no more. That's me, man. I be doing that, man.
Yeah.
I be thinking that, man. I be saying that to myself. The stuff you say to yourself, God hear it. They murmured. Moses didn't know what they were saying. All right? You understood what I just said? That's murmuring. But you know I'm not pleased. I'm speaking in an incoherent tone of voice, okay? And it's displeasing.
Yeah.
Meaning, whatever I'm grumbling and griping about, I don't like what's going on.
Yeah.
And imagine millions and millions and millions of people doing this
Doing that.
in their tents. They didn't come outside and we're rioting. Everybody complained in their
That's
tents.
right.
Okay?
In the tents.
And God heard them in every house
Yeah.
at the same time. Talk about multitask.
Except for Joshua.
He has the ability, or God has the ability to do that.
Joshua and Caleb.
Okay? He can time zone. Okay? This era we're reading about is still existing before God. Time is laid out before God, the beginning and the end, because he don't have nothing to do with that. The beginning and the end is before God continually. That's why we say he's the past, the future, and the present.
That's right.
Only a God has that ability and power. What we try to do, or what the people try to do, create time machines. Back to the future. Fix the past. Only God could do that.
That's right.
Only God could do that, man. So now that we recognize that, you make up your mind for this. These are the commandments that will open you up more to get your ways correct, and then he could drop more on you. Because I've seen it. He said, "Look, this is how it's done now. We can't wash the chairs when it's unclean. It stays unclean.
No, just close.
That's it. There's nothing in here to get it clean again.
Watch
The
first.
altar of burnt offering, in the time of the Maccabees, the book of the Apocrypha, first Maccabees, right?
Right.
They got invaded.
Right.
They got invaded by the Greeks. Okay? The Greeks and the Syrians formed a nice pact, Greco-Syrian. And they ran down in Jerusalem. And they desecrated the altar. When you desecrate something, you put something there that don't belong there.
Right.
So you desecrated it. They put swine's flesh. Okay? The pig.
Yeah.
The pig, they put that on the altar of God, where his holy offerings are being officiated to him.
Right.
Okay? Everything in there is holy. And they brought this flesh, this flesh of an unclean animal in there and put it to burn.
Yeah.
While they did that, they got their horses in there. You know, horses use the bathroom everywhere and anywhere.
Right.
They get excited, they drop. They get little, they drop. I know, I rode horses, I've been around horses.
Yeah.
Okay? It stinks. Being in a horse stable, being in the farm, it stinks. They drop. I say, yo, hold up. Bathroom? They don't say that. They drop.
Right.
They eat and drop at the same time.
Right.
These are the animals they brought in the temple, in the most holy of holies.
Right.
Okay? And when they did that to the burnt offering altar, they can't use that altar no more.
Yeah.
It's been desecrated.
That's right.
Unclean things came into contact with it
Right.
and was offered to other gods
That's right.
as an insult
Yeah.
to your God.
Yeah.
Okay? Because this is forbidden by God. So whatever God forbid, the heathen gonna push.
Right.
Naturally. Look, they ain't even naturally they do it. They don't know about God today. Naturally it's there.
Right.
So now they had to put it to the side.
Right.
Okay? And that's what Hanukkah was about. The rededication
Right.
of the burnt offering altar.
That's right.
They had to have a whole new altar there. And the people said, look, we can't destroy it. We ain't destroying it. This is of God.
Right.
You know how many sacrifices since the time Moses and them set it up, this been going on?
Yeah.
It's been separated for the use of God. It's sacred. It's been tampered with and made not able to be used.
Right.
So we're gonna put it to the side here.
That's right.
Rededicate the new one. And that's what Hanukkah is about. And at that celebration, everybody was happy because they were able to set up offerings to God. Peace offerings, sin offerings. This was the way that the people got sin off of them. If they ever messed up with God, this was their way of getting it off them. These people weren't sinful people. They got it off them.
That's right.
But then when that got stopped and they start going against the commandments, the sin is piled up.
That's right.
Now the curse is the curses of Deuteronomy 28 steps in and takes over.
Too much, man.
It's too much now. It's an overload now. God gave us a process to filter that out.
That's right.
Oh, I didn't know that. If this happened, you do this. If this happened, get the priest going to do this, so that everything stay holy and clean and separated before God.
Right.
And his wrath don't get kindled.
Right.
That's why.
Right.
We have to do this so we don't get him mad. He's already mad at the world. It said, woe to the world and them that dwell therein. Who dwells in the world? Us. We do. Woe to the world and them, meaning the planet getting hit too.
Yeah.
It's Earth Day. Save the planet. The planet is dying. Don't they say that?
Yeah.
The planet is dying. New York is sinking. Yeah. This is sinking, and it's true. It's true. Everything's off because it's dying. When something's about to die, it don't act right.
Yeah.
You say, man, what's wrong with this phone? I pressed this and there, it just went on. Right or wrong?
Yeah.
Y'all have phones like that?
Yep.
What you do? You get frustrated in what you do. You get rid of it.
Yep.
Because you can't fix that.
Get a new one.
You get rid of it and you get a new one.
Yep. That's right.
So that's what happened. He said, I'm going to go to a people who going to hearken to me.
Yeah.
I don't have to deal with y'all. You know that, right? I only rock with y'all because of your father Abraham.
Right.
I go to another people. That's why you have so much people saying, no, I'm Israel. We the true and living. No, we got this.
Right.
That's why you can't
That's
be mad. It's your fault,
We did
and
that.
you're continually going on. We did that. Our forefathers did that.
That's right.
Can't get mad now. Forget the identity. Forget all that stuff. And do the commandments.
That's right.
But we messed up that whole heritage, what we reading about. A lot of these blessings stopped. Right or wrong?
Yeah.
He said, yo, if you don't do this and this, then you're going to get cursed.
Yeah.
I give you a blessing. The only one that could mess that up is you. I'm not going to take it back from you.
Uh-huh.
I'm not going to take it back from you. God ain't like that. And another thing, fairness, equity.
Uh-huh.
It's as simple as this.
Mm-hmm.
I only have half of food left. I only got a plate.
Right.
My boy, I ain't gonna eat in front of you. Well, shit happen. Everything gonna go down the line. Give it to you.
Mm-hmm.
You want ketchup? You want some salad? To add with, now make sure you good. I only got a little bit of rice left, but look, no, you get that. You good. I'm good with this. And you go like this. Okay, put this up later. Put this down. And you come to me and you want my half. You want me to give you more of my half. Is that correct?
No, not right.
Is that correct?
It's not right.
That's not equity. That's not fair.
It's not
And
fair.
people are like that. I got into a whole argument with somebody like that earlier this week. I said, yo, I didn't have to share my substance with you. I gave you half. And I saw you roll up and then you put it away. I don't see it no more. And you telling me, yo, roll up, do this. I said, hold up, man. Hold up.
No good.
I was truthful to you when you asked, yo, you got this? Yeah, I got that much. You know what I'm saying? But I can't tell you no. I'm not that type of person. Here, I gave half of what I had, man.
No good.
And you put your half up and you still want some of my half? Gotta think ourselves, man.
That's right.
And that person was an Israelite.
That's right.
Wasn't a heathen.
That's right.
Yeah.
That's right.
Got a long way to go, man. And while I'm trying to chat, I said, yo, brother, man. Listen, he said, see, everybody does this. Everybody does this to us. Just us. Oh, you're getting upset. I done told you 400 times and showed you. I even turned it around and said, would it be right if I do that to you?
Yeah.
You said no. But when it come to me, it's a different story. You deadly.
Uh-huh.
You deadly.
That's right.
You deadly,
That's right.
man.
Right.
I gotta watch how I deal with you.
That's right.
You got larceny in your heart. That's larceny.
No good. No good.
That got to do with robbery and theft, right or wrong. That's a charge. You could go in. Because this is about wanting something that don't belong to you, man. That's how deep it is. Wanting a woman that don't belong to you. She already belongs to somebody else. Stop looking at her. Leave her alone. It's like 11 women to one man in this planet.
Facts.
All right? Why are you looking at her for? Why your attention always over there? See, this is our ways. It ain't yours. Mind your business. Leave it alone.
Yeah.
That's right.
This is the ways of the heathen, man. Tell sheep.
Because he had found some uncleanness in her. Then let him write her a bill of divorcement and give it in her hand and send her out of his house.
So that means it was his house. All right. It's a male-oriented nation, y'all. Sorry. You're a feminist. He's got a lot of feminists. We're running into a lot of these people, because the women need their voices heard.
I'm glad you mentioned that word feminist.
Okay?
That don't rock with
That, look. This is a male-oriented nation.
That don't rock with
Meaning God, man, woman, and child.
That's right.
That's what I mean by man. You know what I'm saying? God is at the head of it.
That's right.
And he gave all these commands for man
To follow.
because he empowered man to be able to do this.
That's right.
How about that?
That's right.
He empowered man. What's the power I'm talking about? I'm bringing it back to Abraham. He said, man, I could let Abraham know what's up. You know why? Because he commands his household after him. Everybody that live in my house gonna do these commandments. If you don't like it, there go the door. You're not being forced.
Right.
You can't say I'm forcing you.
That's right.
This is my house.
That's right.
And every man has rules in his house. Whether it's the devil's rules, God's rules, this rules. Okay? That's what he's entitled to. It's his house. If you don't like what's going on there, go. You don't have to be there. What do you say? You don't have to come here. There's many places to go sit down if you don't like the cup of tea.
Right.
There, because God, it seems like God, he jacking it. He could with a man that commands whoever live in his house with him.
That's what he said about Abraham.
Because that's what he said about Abraham. It was a commendation.
Right.
He commended him for that.
Commended him.
So now, why would God commend him for that and set up a network where women, kids, perverts, murderers, maniacs, all types of people have a voice? Everybody wants a voice. First, the black man wanted a voice. Black Power, Black Panther. Women's liberation started with Susan B. Anthony. Okay, women ain't start wearing pants until the late 1900s. When they saw Eleanor Roosevelt on TV with a pair of overalls on.
Mm-hmm.
Women did farm work, but they didn't wear overalls.
Teach.
They didn't wear overalls. Look at those old look at some certain old footage. Look, when they first started making video, and you can still see the crack, right? It don't even look black and white. It looked gray and white. Look and see how those women dress. They didn't serve God. Right here in America. Big giant dresses. Big. And you know they did everything like that. That's why they couldn't straddle the horse. They sat on the side. They sat on ponies. And then somebody in the front is like this. She don't go like this and ride. See, there are things, there are mannerism. It's mannerism that's only for God.
That's right.
First. what we were saying, certain things like God saying in Isaiah, nobody else could say. Only God, you said only a God could do that. Yeah, only God does that. That's why he's doing it. Because he's the only God.
That's right.
Okay, now we're gonna go to man.
Mm-hmm.
Now we're gonna go to man. Man has been given this planet.
Yeah.
From God. God gave it to us.
Yeah.
He gave us commands.
Uh-huh.
He said what? He said, multiply,
Mm-hmm.
be fruitful, multiply, replenish the earth,
Mm-hmm.
and subdue it,
Yeah.
and have dominion over what? Over the beasts, fields,
Beasts,
the
cattle,
cattle,
sea.
fish in the sea, the fowl in the air.
Uh-huh.
We know how to trap them. We could tame lions.
Uh-huh.
We hunt lions.
Uh-huh.
Pharaohs used to hunt lions. You couldn't be no pharaoh unless you go get a lion. You got to get it killed. You got to go out there and hunt you down a lion.
Right.
You know what it is? Y'all ever seen lions in action? Watch Nat Geo. I try to pattern myself like Solomon, man, in my spare time. I look at the ants. I said, man, wait a minute, I ain't gonna kill these ants, man. Look at these guys, man. These guys is working. You see food. You see them working.
Mm-hmm.
I said, man, I ain't gonna put water. I'm gonna leave it alone. If it rained, then it rained. I'm not gonna do it.
Mm-hmm.
They not bothering me.
Mm-hmm.
Just stay out the way. I don't sit right out in they because sometimes they got a path.
Yeah.
They got traffic.
Yeah.
You got some going to the pool, you got some coming from the pool. God made all of that. God gave them that type of insight to do that. But they gotta eat too.
That's right.
Right.
That's why Solomon said, look at these guys, man. They ain't got no leader.
Yep.
And they like this.
They stick
They
together.
like this, man.
They stick together.
They support each other, defend each other. We chastise our own, not in front of people.
Mm-hmm.
We don't rebuke each other or correct each other in front of outsiders.
Facts.
We don't regulate our personal situations in front of outsiders.
Facts.
Right. Yeah.
We don't do that.
Facts.
Having looking down on your brothers.
It's not a strong. They're not. The enemy don't see it as strong.
Yeah.
And it's like you make God look bad. Right? They're supposed to be the ones together. They're supposed to be the ones that got it. Look how they throwing them at each other. Look how they ready to kill each other. It's supposed to be that way. You have to have mercy with each other. Chill. Be easy. Don't be so ready to get up on top of each other with something.
Yeah.
You understand what I'm saying, man?
Sure.
For real, man.
Yeah.
Ease up. Sometimes I perceive that person just really don't understand.
Mm-hmm.
I said, yo, bro, come here. This is what we was trying. I break down what this man was trying to tell you. So I said, oh, he said, yeah. I said, so why it was so hard? Why you made it so hard for that dude? And when I came and told you, you got something personal here.
Right.
So we got to get rid of all of that stuff, man.
That's right.
Because we're going to be defending wrong. We're going to be defending wrong and shooting down the right.
That's right.
Yeah, it's that easy, man. Time sheet.
When she is departed out of his house, she may go and be another man's wife.
Look, man, you give her that bill of divorcement. Oh, man, I got rid of the bill of divorcement. Don't get mad with the next dude. When you look at him. Oh, wow, he's looking at her the whole time. We don't get that like that.
No.
He says she may go and be what?
Another man's wife.
Another man's wife. You gotta leave her alone. Now all of a sudden it's and I seen that in Israel. She could go be another man's wife. Wait, go ahead, man. I don't want you no more. Yeah, good. Soon as she get another man,
What's the problem?
he comes slipping back around. Yeah, I see that in Israel. I see that. He comes slipping around. Oh, wait a minute. What you slipping around for?
Mm-hmm.
According to these laws, you can't have her no more. She's been defiled for you, not for the new guy.
Right.
For you.
Right.
She's been polluted because she was with another man already. Legally though, right? But you can't take her back. If that's the case, you don't have to write a bill of divorce.
Right.
She could just go and lay with who she want.
Yeah,
That's it.
that's right.
She can lay with who she want, and you bring her back in. That's it.
Right.
So, but now you can't kick nobody out no house that don't belong to you. Right?
Right.
You know what I noticed? People make more noise in a house that don't belong to them than the person that owned the house.
Mm.
That's another bad trait and way. Because he said, don't hate the Egyptians because you was in his house.
That's right.
We got bad ways, man. We don't check ourselves, man. That's why he said he got to send her out of his house. Because in his house, he can't do no kicking out.
Mm-mm.
Today, they said, Jonathan, I think it's time for you to leave. We heard that, right or wrong? You see it on TV? I'm going to come. I want you to leave now. If you don't leave, I'm going to call the cops.
Mm-hmm.
But if it's your house, she can't do that.
Right.
This is what keeps the man, and these are the things that keeps the man in control up to today.
Right.
I be telling young dudes, get your own crib. Oh, yo, man, yo, she got her own crib. When she get tired of you, or you get her tight, you ain't out. You're gonna be right back sitting out here. Go get your own. It's gonna take a little longer, because you're a man, and they don't have these things for men that easy and quick. You have to put in some more work, because the babies be with the woman.
Yep.
But go get your own.
That's right.
Now, look, you can enforce these commandments in your home as a man before God, like Abraham.
That's right. And kick them out if they don't want to do it.
You ain't got to kick them out. Most of the time, they're going to leave because they know they ain't in control.
Right.
It's not theirs. How many times has a man come home to his home, look around? Yeah, she left.
Yeah, she took everything.
She took the kids.
Yeah.
She took the dog. She took the parrot. She took the fish. She took everything.
She even got the bill of divorce.
She took everything. She ain't work around for that.
Yeah.
She ain't believe in that.
That's right.
She left because why? You not adhering.
That's right.
You were putting your feet down about certain things, commanding your household after you, and she's not feeling that.
Mm-hmm.
But it's not her house.
Mm-hmm.
I'm teaching you young men something.
Right.
It's not her house.
Uh-huh.
Okay? Your name on the lease. That's what the police say when they come. Let me tell y'all something. I've had a dispute with my woman. I got loud in my house because I didn't like what she did.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't like what she allowed. I told her certain items and certain things not allowed in my domain, in my area, in my quarters, in my habitat. And she went against that. So yes, my wrath was kindled. I was threatening lives, all of that. And the neighbors called the police. Knock on the door. Who is this? The police. No. I grabbed the door and I pushed through. What y'all want? You know why? It's my house. You ain't gonna do that when it's not your house. What y'all want in my property? What's up? Oh man, gotta call it disturbance here. I'm arguing with my woman. I'm checking my woman. I'm putting her in place about something that I don't like. What's the problem? Oh, but can we see her? Come on, babe, come on. And you know what she did? She said, yeah, everything's good. See, no marks on me. What y'all want? She didn't, she was displeased with what I was doing. Yeah. Right? But she didn't show that to them.
Facts.
She didn't show that to them.
Facts.
Right? And when I seen that, I said, okay, we'll work with you. Right? So they said, well, look, the guy come to me. He said, well, look, whose house? Is this your house, man? She said, no. I said, it's my house. Went and got the lease. Look, ID, look, it's my house. My name on the lease. He said, oh, okay, I'm sorry. All right. You know why? They're not used to that. They're not used to that. They don't have the system ready. They're not used to that. So it all go back to there and send her out of his house. That's why I teach, man. Get your own crib. Save up. It's gonna be a little harder and longer because you don't have the babies and we have the woman get the babies and keep them.
Mm-hmm. Right.
So you got to do a little extra. Hold it.
Right.
Hold it. Hold it. Yo, listen, this is the rules here. Don't bring this in here. Don't bring that in here. I don't allow this. I don't allow that. And you can stand on it because it's your house. You got to do it the way God said do it, though. You know what I'm saying? You can't have your house and you can't have. You want to get married, you ain't got nowhere to put her. Newlywed. Where you gonna have this relationship at?
Right.
Grandma's house?
No.
Your man's basement? The trap? Where? Everything has to be going according to here. That's why a lot of these relationships don't last. And that's why I'm not justifying the woman either.
No.
But there's a part in the Apocrypha that says a woman, if she maintains her husband, shall soon become impudent and indignant. After a while, she's gonna get tired of this.
Right.
You know why? Because the roles have been changed.
Right.
That's why she's getting flared up and getting jealous. And people, you know why? Because she's paying for everything. She's doing this. You're supposed to be paying for everything. So when you go like this, nobody can say nothing. So when you say get out of my house, here, bill of divorcement, hey, she get that, and she go.
Yes, sir.
The men had their own house because the fathers, before they die, they leave their belongings to the sons.
That's right.
Then the sons get married, or whoever they get married to, they come live with them. But this has all been destroyed. This network, this thing has been destroyed. Okay? That's why. But you got men staying in houses that are not theirs.
Yeah.
Right? And the woman be out doing whatever she got to do to hold the bills down.
Right. No good.
It's switched around.
No good. No good.
That's why.
But you had a woman like Toby's wife.
It was still Toby's house.
Yeah.
It was still Toby's house.
He's holding him down.
No woman back then married herself.
Yeah. Facts.
No. Her parents or the man's parents.
Time sheet.
And the latter husband hate her, write her a bill of divorcement, and give it in her hand and send her out of the house.
She went. Now, look, we talking about. We're not talking about. Oh yeah, I was with him.
Yeah.
I ain't with him no more. No, married.
Yeah.
He gave her a divorce.
Right.
She's not with him no more.
Mm-hmm.
All the stuff that she got, she's leaving out with it.
Right.
But then now in time past, she meet another man. Okay, and he marries her.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Right.
Now, this is a pattern you should all be aware of also. She's with this brother. Didn't work out. Now she with that brother. It didn't work out. Now she with this brother. It won't be wise for you to get involved with her. There's something going on while these guys is, you're right or wrong.
Right.
She's getting so divorced every minute. And that's the woman today. You go, man, I ain't taking care of no kid or nothing. I don't care. You know how many dudes she was with?
Yeah.
And she won't put that on me? Yo, but it's 99% your baby. He said, I don't care. And he out. That's why all of this is happening.
Right.
But see, the ways of all forefathers is the ways of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob.
Right.
The way of Sarah, Rebecca, and Leah,
Noah, Daniel, and Job.
Noah, Daniel, and Job,
That's right.
Jeremiah, Isaiah, Moses,
That's right.
Aaron, the Lord, the saint of the Lord.
Mm-hmm.
Their ways is what work.
Mm-hmm.
Any other way out there, what we try to, it's not going to last.
Not
It's not going to work.
Not gonna work. That's right.
So before you decide to get married, get your weight up, man.
Not gonna work.
Get you a house first to put that woman in. She will be more acceptable.
Sure.
She will be more acceptable. She recognize, oh, I got a man that take care of business. Look, I can't say too much. Take care of stuff. You know what I'm saying? That's how it goes. Don't you?
Or the latter husband died, which took her to be his wife.
Sometimes he dies. A lot of times the men die before the woman. That's just how it goes. It'll take a long time, but it's a very good explanation for it too. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna save that for next week because I got some chapters to go along with. But there's a reason why. Okay? It's a good reason though. All right? It's not bad. But most of the time, we go to war. Men go to war. We get killed. We get into situations. You get put out of here. Sometimes you get a disease. You know what I'm saying? You got a dude. He works in high rises. He fell. He's gone now. Whatever the case may be, you can't take her back. That's why he's saying. He said the latter husband died, which took her to be his wife. Her former husband was sent her away, may not take her again to be his wife. The former is the first guy. The first guy that you already put her away, man. And you want her back. So she could do the same thing that got you mad to put her away in the first place. You see what's wrong with the man? Right? Y'all don't want no good woman either.
That's right. Lock it down. Teach.
The frame mind gotta be according to these people.
Yes, sir.
For it to work.
Yes, sir.
Tom Sheep.
After that, she is defiled. For that is abomination before El Israel.
You know what? She's defiled, right?
Yeah.
But really, no, she's defiled, but nothing's wrong with her. She's not unclean or nothing. Nothing's wrong with her. But it says that particular woman, if you go back into her, she's defiled. She's going to defile you.
Right. Defiled
for you. Right. Not for the new guy she get married to.
No, no.
Because you it's like returning to your own vomit. It's like you throw up and you try to eat it. All right? That's what you're doing. This was an unpleasant situation, and you already documented. All right? A book or page of releasing. That's what divorce meant. A book or page of releasing. Sabet Kili too. Sabet means book or pages. Kili too is releasing, letting go. I relieve you of your duties of your wife to me. We not married no more. And I sanction it by writing it down and giving it to her. This is my proof. I'm not with Johnny no more. Let's go. We can have a beautiful life. Right here, look. When he comes slipping around, he say, hey, Johnny, what you doing around my woman? Didn't you give her this? Ain't this you?
Can't get possession no more. Johnny.
That's why God said you can't go back. You may notice a couple of verses on this situation. You can't go back to her. That's why a lot of times, man, I'm with a woman and for A or B reason, she go off with another dude. That's it, man. She gonna go out there and try to find you. She gonna try to find you. And every nigga out there, and every heathen out there, she gonna try to find Kazakh. But she not gonna find Kazakh. And then years gonna pass. Sometimes she's gonna have an extra baby, boom, 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 boom. And then she's gonna come back. Hey, she's gonna come back to your life. I'm telling you through experience. Don't take her back. Look at this the same way. Because you know now, man. Yeah. It's more than that. You know. I taught you. You were there. And then for A or B reason, you out there. Right. That's it, man. I can't take you back. Right. I ain't taking you back. Right. That's more stuff I gotta deal with now. You don't got more new tricks from John and Smitty after me. Then you gonna come back to me? Oh, they gotta stop doing. Israel gotta stop doing that. There's a lot of that going on. I be hearing about it. I may not go all over the place, but I hear about a lot of stuff dealing with marriages. All right? Dude's up in woman's face and she married. A woman shouldn't be too quick to go to any other man for advice or counsel. Let the man go to the man on that. She don't have nothing to do with that. That's how it should go. You know what I'm saying? She don't go questioning nothing. Anything she has to ask is to her husband. You don't go to no man about counsel. So there's no such thing as marriage counselor.
Oh, I'm just saying hi. He said hi.
No, you don't have to say nothing.
How you doing, sweetie? I'm okay.
No.
He's a
No. The door's open.
He's a whore.
The door's open. You open the door. Is that, look, that right there, a year or two from now, turns into something. I'm a man, I know. I know how I go. I'm a man, so I know the ways of women and how I go. Oh, that's dead. Look, eyes, focus. So tell my woman, look, I'm gonna catch you. If a dude walking up and he's speaking to me, you ain't gotta look at him. He ain't talking to you. I see women answer. I said, oh shoot, he was talking to him, and his woman answered. That's why in that movie, the man said, what is this? It was new to him. He was new to him. He said, what is this? He said, women are able to talk amongst men, or something like that, he said. That was not of the old way. Nowhere. No harm intended.
Right.
Not putting nobody down. But you said it. Everybody got a place, man. And if me as a man, I recognize my place. Everybody gonna recognize their place in their house.
Right.
In this house, my house, everybody gonna recognize their place in here. The cat, everybody. You understand what I'm saying? Because that's what God respects. And that's the only way I'm gonna be able to get this house or whatever, my house, to do according to the word of God. Tongue sheet.
But that is an abomination before El Israel. And thou shalt not cause the land to transgress, which El Israel thy El giveth thee for an inheritance.
Yo, listen, man. A lot of times, I'm gonna tell you, this is something that God has established, right? Anytime we embarking on these righteous laws and anything, anytime you decide to go home, right, you're gonna get distracted. There's always something to try to stop you. Okay? Focus. What we be dropping here has to do with keeping your families intact before God. Focus. If you don't have the Bible app in your phone, you shouldn't have nothing else on your screen.
Phone in your hand.
You shouldn't have it. Okay? And I didn't say read. So guess what? You ain't supposed to be like this. Everybody's head is supposed to be up when the teacher is speaking. Your head is not supposed to be reading. You're not supposed to be reading nothing that we just read, or do reading before me, or into anything else.
That's right.
Nothing is that important right now. Okay? This is why we don't get it right, because we don't pay attention. And that's why a simple order, huh? Well, I think you said, no, see, you wasn't. What were you doing when you were sitting there? Well, you say, no. He said, you was there when the king gave the commandment. You heard what he said. But if he had his phone in his hand, or my mind was somewhere else, or I'm busy whispering to you, you're going to miss the thing that this is for you.
Right.
That's how this thing works. He's in here. You know, the adversary could go anywhere. If he's able to go up to the realm of God, where the angels report, he said, where you coming from? He said, to and fro, right?
Yes, sir.
So he could come in here. There's nothing stopping him from coming in here. I don't want T-Black. You get it. So I'm going to have his girl call him.
Right.
I'm going to have this happen. I'm going to have this happen. And you better have,
I'm gonna make them remember something from yesterday.
all of a sudden now, that goes on here. It's to attack here. Okay? It's to attack here.
That's right.
Pay attention. Get this. Because you're going to mess up in life with this if you don't pay attention. We're teaching you something that's real good, man, and how to be able to do this commandment. You ain't going to be able to do this commandment if it's not your house. Cross is going to be in there. Listen, man, we had a camp on Notion Avenue, man. while teachers was going on, me and my father was patrolling. Because people like to get up, go inside, and take a break. Take their own break before we break. Okay? So we up and down making sure everybody where they're supposed to be. And it's this book on the coloring book on the floor. Whoa, and I picked up and looked at it. Got a cross on it. Big job, coloring book. A children's coloring book with a cross on it. Okay? All right? It's that easy, y'all. I've seen it. We've seen it. We've been around all our lives. We've seen a lot come and go. It's play with it. It's going to play with you. And you won't be here. It's going to be like you never, yo, you know when people used to be here?
I was gonna push it away.
You know when people used to be here? It's real easy, man.
I was gonna push it away.
You gotta pay attention because you have to, what you paying attention to today, you need to keep that in your memory during the week.
That's right. That's right.
That will make you better every week. You gotta take something, what you hear today, every Shabbat, and roll with it. If you're not taking it, if you're not adding on, you're wasting your time. And you're playing with this. And it's dangerous to play with a snake, right or wrong. You can't play with a snake.
No.
This is a deadly thing. This is deadlier than that. My father said this is deadlier than joining the mafia and snitching. He said this is deadlier than that.
It's worse than Obia.
It's worse than voodoo. The man called it Obia, Santeria, whatever you want to call it. It's worse to know the truth. Now you've been introduced, to the real thing. Things that people don't know, don't care to know, will never get a chance to know. Okay? You've been privileged with a golden opportunity to be a servant of God. Doesn't matter where you're from. Okay? We say servant of God. We take on the name Israelite because it's the last group of people we've seen that serve God. That's why. Well, everybody got mixed up after that. The Israelites was the first one to go into slavery thousands and thousands of years before the all worldwide slavery, the European slavery that was started in Spain. Was well mixed up with all other black nations that existed, and we died out amongst them. Whoever was alive married a woman of these people and had a half-breed, half Hebrew, half this. Isn't that true? Didn't that happen in Nehemiah?
That's right.
Didn't they say, hey, man, what y'all doing? He said, you got wives of Ashdod and Moab and Ammon. And now you got half-breed kids. They only know half. You get it? We say half-breed, right? Why? They only knew half of their own language.
That's right.
So that means they didn't know these commandments. They only knew half of them. Because the other half is Canaanite.
That's right.
The other half is this. He said, this is the reason why Most High ran down on us and destroyed this place. Because we start marrying to foreign women, we having foreign children, and the way that we were taught is done. It's gone. It's faded out because of who we've been marrying, the families that we made. We're making pagan families.
Yeah. That's right.
You men are making pagan families.
Right.
If you don't do it like this, that way you can command your sons to do this. It is an honor to die, knowing that you got sons under your command to keep what you've been teaching them. You can't let it stop. What do you always tell us? He said, man, that's it after this. Right on. He said, I don't see nobody doing this 30 years from now. 50 after we done, a whole new generation coming up. He said, look what's happening now.
Yeah.
Everybody's bald. Everybody eating restaurants like it's nothing.
Yeah.
They just eat everywhere. Oh, it's clean. Oh, it's good. What's this?
Yeah.
We were the people who was like, I don't eat, Now we right there with them. What's up? Then when somebody come and say something, it's a problem. That's why certain men get angry. and get hot. Because you playing, and you playing with my intelligence. I was here longer than you, and I'm doing more than you. So I know and I can see more than you. And you trying to play with my intelligence? Like I just got here, and you know everything? You're playing.
That's right.
This is real, man. All those teachers that be telling the people that they could do things that the law say you can't do, y'all got something coming to y'all. It's worse when you got the people being led astray.
That's right.
He said, "Oh, but I ain't doing it."
Without a doubt, brother. Without a doubt.
But you teaching it.
What you teach?
But you say it's okay. You say you don't see no problem with it. But you say you don't do it. Gotta look at that. That's why they already said, you hear a teacher teaching, whatever's coming out his mouth, you better find it in that law. If it's not in this book, don't listen to it.
That's right.
I don't care who it is. If I start saying stuff that's not in the book, you ain't gonna see me sitting up here no more. Yeah. This is not my show. This is not our show. This is God's word. Yeah, man, you could go to the restaurant and just make sure it's well done. You can order a steak and it's well done. Man, you ain't no teacher. You telling people that? You ain't no teacher.
Some people eat blood.
Keep it ancient.
So what we teaching here got us looking like we crazy.
For sure.
Nah, I ain't having that, man.
Somebody's
If you eat out of restaurants, you eat with the blood and fat. Plain and simple. I don't care if it's well done, rare, fricassee, fried, or sauteed. When it came in the back in the kitchen through the trucks, it was blood in it, and it was fat in it, and it never got taken out.
Yes, sir.
It got seasoned and more, and then you order it and you ate it. So you keep telling people that. You gonna get it worse.
That's right.
Because see, all those sins, all those people that's doing that, God say, yo, man, you're only doing this. You told them it's good. Tells you.
5. When the man had taken a new wife, he shall not go out to war.
This is a command. But who can do this now? Who can do this now? You take a wife, you just got married, you got a new wife, they call it newlywed.
Yeah.
You say you can't go out to war. If wartime comes, you got to stay home.
That's a whole lot of leave.
You just got married. God has compassion in his heart.
Yeah.
See, man, it won't be good for you to go. This is what God's saying. You just got married. You ain't even start the family yet.
Yeah.
You go out there, you get killed. You ain't even got a son. You ain't got a daughter. You ain't got nothing.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? She gonna be heartbroken. She might. A lot of people, when they lose people, they die right after them.
Yeah.
I've seen that.
Yep.
Or sometimes they don't die. They ain't the same again, man.
Mm-hmm.
They ain't the same again, man. And up here and here, they're not the same again. They're a different person because of what their loss. You understand what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
So God knows that. Because man dies now.
Mm-hmm. So,
okay, you can't go out to war. He said, neither shall he be charged with any business. He can't be charged with business.
Yeah.
Because a lot of time business got you going traveling. Be away, here, and there.
Yeah.
You got celebrities, sports, they get married, but what? He only seen his woman 2 or 3 times. Why? His business got him traveling all over. God said, nah, it's not good. You sit down, you just got married.
Mm-hmm.
He said, but now see, how am I get paid?
Mm-hmm.
To do this now today, I gotta start going to work.
Right.
Or I gotta start going outside.
That's right.
Or I gotta start going over here. Or whatever I'm doing to bring in money to take care, right?
Right.
We just got married. How are we gonna eat? How much? I still gotta take care of you. You know why? They had their own economy. Everybody was their own bank.
Facts.
All your money is there. All your food is in the back growing. All your cattle is back there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
It might be next to a mine that got gold or diamonds or brass or silver. Because that's what grew all over. You got deposits all over.
Dig it.
So you don't need to go to no job. There is no boss.
Mm-hmm.
There's no corporations.
Mm-hmm.
Okay?
Mm-hmm.
Making people pay for free resources that God gave man. Yeah, think about it.
Same.
And that setup goes along with the setup of, well, look, we're gonna bring the men down, make sure they all got records. Okay? Then we're gonna tell the woman they got a voice. And they can speak and stand up. They don't have to take this no more.
Shifted it.
Time sheet.
Neither shall he be charged with any business, but he shall be free at home 1 year, and shall cheer up his wife which he has taken.
This is where they get the word honeymoon from.
Right.
Still got to check that out because it sounds crazy. What is a moon filled with honey? What does it have to do with the moon? See, I have to see. Yo, God will have you thinking like that and questioning things that you're supposed to question,
Right.
not what God say.
Yeah.
But that's where they get that word, that term from. Most people, when they do it, they only going, you know, if you're rich, real rich, your honeymoon could last for a month or two. I've seen people do it. See, yeah, we out here 6 months out in Acapulco somewhere. Yeah. But look, while he out there, he's still answering that phone. Though. Certain deals got to go down.
Right.
See? He said, and shall cheer up his wife, which he had taken. You gotta cheer her up. You gotta cheer her up. Time sheet.
No man shall take the nether or the upper millstone to play.
This is when she gets to know who you are,
Right.
what you about,
Right.
how you like your rice. Okay? That way she can know how to keep you pleased. Because she's your Lord.
That's
I mean, he's your Lord. You know what I'm saying?
The word honeymoon comes from a Scandinavian
Scandinavian.
practice.
See?
Drinking mead or fermented honey during the first month of marriage.
See? What I said?
The first month.
There's something up with that word. And they take honey and make it ferment on the first day of marriage. See, all I got to do is sun worship and moon worship.
Yep.
See, they took this right here and put something else on it and called it honeymoon. So now it's not about the man cheering his wife up for a year. That's a ritual.
It's a ritual. It's a ritual.
See that? You got to question everything, even the words. That's how we find out things. Just like that. It just popped in my head while I'm here. I never ever thought about checking that word out. You see that? Scandinavian. Pagans. They're pagans. They're freaks, man. They defecate on each other, man. Yeah. There's more?
After marriage by capture ceased to exist, the honeymoon abduction was practiced in ritual form. It's a ritual.
It's a ritual. You see that? You see that? He stays at home. You don't go out on vacation nowhere. How you gonna do Shabbat? So you can't do no honeymoon. See? They try to couple it up and say, yeah, that's the honeymoon. It's not no honeymoon. They say you shall stay home for a year, cheer your wife up.
Right.
There is no name to it. You see how we gotta do, man? Perfect example. This is how we find out things.
Right.
Scandinavian rituals of getting married. Everybody has a thing, a way of getting married.
Right.
We just read it. When a man taking a wife, okay, he has to have his own house. He has to take care of her, feed her, and clothe her, and command her after the commandments of God.
Right.
I know he's gonna love her. That's natural. That's a natural thing.
That's right.
He gonna love her. He gonna treat her good.
That's right.
He gonna think affection gonna be there. I'm not talking about that.
Yeah.
That comes with it.
Yeah.
Time sheet.
No man shall take the nether or the upper millstone to pledge, for he taketh a man's life to pledge. If a man shall be, if a man shall be found stealing any of his brethren of the children of Israel,
Kidnap. Can't kidnap your people. You can't kill, man. Everything is of old, man. Extortion. That ain't new. We can't do that either.
ransom.
You know, through studying, I found out I can't do extortion, right or wrong.
Right.
And I used to extort people.
That's right.
Yeah. I made that a thing.
That's right.
Yeah. Listen, man. Don't let the apes run wild on you over here, man. If you don't, I had a mind to do it to these guys on the corner. couple of times when he get all hot and thinking that, I said, you know what? Nah, you can't do that. You either take care of him, wipe him out, or leave him alone. I can't explore. God don't like a heart that has larceny,
Right.
Malice,
No.
or lustful desire for things that don't belong to you,
That's right.
because that's part of the extortion.
Doing
I'm
that,
only doing that to get what I want from
you
you.
don't know what they
You know
spending
what I'm
on
saying?
you.
You really don't owe me nothing.
That's right.
You don't owe me nothing.
That's right.
But I'm causing a problem.
That's
Look
right.
how wicked that is, man.
Yeah.
I'm stirring up a problem
Yeah. And
to
all
say
that come right back to you.
I can stop it
Come right back
unless
to
you give me what I want.
That's right.
That's called a squeeze play.
That's right.
All that we can't be doing there. I'm talking about me.
Yeah.
I ain't talking about nobody, man.
Yeah.
I like to extort people. I can't do it no more. And after a while of not doing no more, I won't like it no more.
Yeah.
After a while of not liking it no more, I'm gonna hate it.
Yeah.
That's how you correct yourself.
Yeah.
Tom shit.
Man be found stealing any of his brethren of the children of Israel and making merchandise of them or sell it them, then that thief shall die.
You're a thief. You're snatching people for profit.
Right.
Ransom.
Right.
Yeah. His father's rich. His father got 800 bill.
Right.
We gonna squeeze him. We
Right.
just want 10 bill.
Right.
He got him. He ain't gonna hurt him. We gonna keep this kid here. Send a note out. On the phone and call on the phone. They sound like this. Because you don't want them out there. All of that, man, come from. It's the way of these things is being done now all over. But see, this is why this will make you holy. Because you're not going to be doing the things that everybody else do, right? And the things that you are doing going to be righteous. And nobody does that.
Mm-hmm.
You're going to stick out.
Right.
Easy. Right now, this generation, this time, we can stick out. You can stick out like Noah did.
Right.
He said he was the best man. He was the first perfect man.
Right.
Nobody was better than Noah in his generation, in his lifetime.
Right.
How old was he when he died? 950. So for that 950 years, everybody that was on the planet Earth, for those 950 years that Noah was alive, he was better than all of them. He was better when he was a baby. He was better than the people who were still alive that were grown men and women in his time.
He was the best out.
They died off. He grew into a man, and the people that he was amongst he was better than them. But that's what it means when they say he was perfect in his generation. But that whole time he was alive in his generation, whoever was alive or was born in the time of Noah, he was better than them.
Right.
950 years he lived. You know how much people came and went?
Mm-hmm.
He was better than them because he served God. This will make you better than everybody. But they ain't gonna treat you like that.
Yeah.
Don't expect people to see what you see.
Yeah.
All right? Don't expect that. This is for specific type of people, man. God is picky because he's a holy God. So, he can't just have anybody coming around him and everybody messing with, and not anybody could come here.
Right.
Not everybody could do this.
Right.
Not everybody could come in my house.
Not everybody would come here.
You know what I'm saying? Not everybody could do it. That's how God is. You know what I'm saying? Because live a different way. Tom shoot.
And that thief shall die, and thou shalt put evil away from among you. Take heed in the plague of leprosy, that thou observe diligently, and to do according to all that the priests, the Levites, shall
There's a
teach you.
disease called leprosy. God said, take heed to it, man. Take heed to it. Yes. He said, look, I'm God. I can heal and I make alive. So what he's saying is, there's going to be times I put something on you. You better take heed to that disease.
Right.
I'm not lifting it.
Right.
There's certain diseases that's going to stay here.
Mm-hmm.
Take heed to the plague of leprosy.
Right.
Like they said, take heed to the plague of COVID.
Mm-hmm.
Man, that thing is fake. I'm going outside without. I don't need no mask. Everybody who did that, what happened? Everybody who did that, what happened? I've heard people say, man, it's fake, it's this, it's that. And on their deathbed, they say, yo, I was wrong. I was wrong. That's just a disease. What about God, this Lord? That's a lot of people gonna be on that.
That's right, brother.
He said, you was right. He said, you was right. He was trying to tell me all that time. You was right. It's too late. Time sheet.
As I commanded them, so you shall observe to do. Remember what Israel thy El did unto Miriam by the way. After that he will come forth out of Egypt.
For example, remember when God put the plague of leprosy on Miriam. Look, Miriam didn't have to be around because it's a contagious disease.
Yeah.
It gets on the walls. Leprosy doesn't just get on us. It gets on the wall. It gets on wood. Anything made of wood.
Right.
Okay? When you see mold, certain type of mold in the bathroom, that's a form of leprosy.
Right.
But that's what the priest was supposed to look for.
Right.
He said, look, if you see streaks, and he tell them how to look in the wall, he said, yeah, man, this place is quarantined.
That's right.
And he tell them how to look on your skin.
Right.
Okay?
Right.
Certain part of your skin is whiter than the other part. Oh man, now you gotta come back 7 more days. You come back in 7 days, you check it. Okay, you good now.
Good.
Take heed to the plague of leprosy. Take heed to the rules of the disease of leprosy. But we got a lot of diseases today. We got a lot of contagious stuff today. We gotta be aware of that.
Sure.
Okay? Be aware of these things.
Sure.
Because the curse is out. So you're gonna have to be aware of it. Be aware of the tornado alarm.
Sure.
All right?
Sure.
But God said he made these things to kill wicked people.
Sure.
I read that in the book. He said tornadoes, earthquakes, this, that. He said that is made for the wicked. And then another part I read, it said the Lord is in the whirlwind. The whirlwind is the tornado, because the tornado go like this.
Job,
He said God be in it. He said God go like this. He fit something in it. Sometimes I see 2 and 3 tornadoes. God in it. He in all 3 of them. Yeah, and I can't explain that to you, because that's what God's do. God's do things that if he explain it to you, it'll blow your mind. You go crazy. So certain things you don't explain why. It's not for you to know. They already came down here and gave us enough secrets we didn't need to know. Okay? None of the stuff that the angels came down here and taught man was good.
Right.
Nope.
I told y'all where they were. Cosmetology. That's the art of women painting their faces. Or I'm going to say today, women and men painting their faces.
Yeah.
Men paint their faces too. Men cut their eyebrows, they shape their eyebrows too. They wax their eyebrows too.
Sure.
Yeah. I see women putting markers and dressing up. They paint. I see women paint beards on them.
That's right. That's right.
Y'all think this is a game. They don't masculize most of the men. I mean, masculize most of the women and feminize most of the men. I the other day, I said, I don't know what happened. I said, look, man, I'm not one of them. I'm not feminized. Everybody started laughing. You know why? Because it's true. So they laughed because they see I'm not. I said, man, I ain't been feminized, man. It ain't never gonna happen. It ain't in the water. It ain't in the water, man. Yeah. They said they was telling. I was starting to believe it. You know, man, that's a spirit that God put. This is something. This is a curse of God for wickedness. It's a spirit. Because if it was in the food and the drinks and the air and the water, everybody would have been feminized by now. Everybody. Right. So it's a spirit that's taken over the planet. Right. He said, I sent out the scroll. He said, this scroll, you know what a scroll is? It looked like this. Yeah. He never said what's written on it either. But God said he sent out a scroll. Mm-hmm. He said the scroll fly in the air through the heavens, and it goes into the house of who? Does anybody remember? It goes into the house of who? The liar, and the thief. Okay. The liar and the thief. There's a certain scroll, meaning there's a curse. There's a pronunciation. You write, you declare things when you write stuff. There was a declaration that God put on this scroll, this certain scroll. And it only go into the house of the thief and the liar. Because whatever's written on there, that's their sentence.
Right.
That's their sentence. There's things going on you ain't gonna see.
Right.
Right now in the spirit world. And it's been explained here. And only certain people are able to read this and understand it so they can figure out what's going on right now.
Teach.
That's why we tell y'all leave the other books alone. Don't read no other books. It's not for you to read. When you're on your own, you stay in the first 5 books of the Old Testament, King James Version, 1611. Any questions, you go to your teacher.
Right.
You have a husband, you go to him.
That's right. Stick to the basics.
That's how this go, man.
First five.
That's right.
It's foundation.
You don't just study Hebrew and don't do law.
No. Don't worry about the Hebrew. Y'all gonna learn Hebrew coming here every week. Y'all gonna learn certain words in Hebrew you're gonna be used to. Don't worry about the Hebrew.
Don't
worry about
scholar and don't do not one law.
Don't worry about man.
Drop on face.
You know the Hebrew, but then now that means you read the law in Hebrew. Why you ain't doing it? What it
What
say?
they doing?
And why you say when I see it, I don't speak all that great Hebrew,
Okay.
but I know how to read this law. All right, let me see what it say in Hebrew. If that means that what I'm reading here in the English. Oh, okay. Oh, wow, that covered this too. Oh. Why you ain't see that? You had the Hebrew before me.
Yeah.
Oh. I learned most of my Hebrew by studying the law in Hebrew, like my father taught me. That's how I learned it. I didn't have to go to no Hebrew class, none of that. And I wanted it. That's another thing. I wanted it. I desired it to get this language under my belt. You're going to get what you want. You get that? But you got to watch what you want.
Right.
Because you will get it. That's why God say, yo, you don't want to do this, you want to do that, I'm going to let you go and give you the lust of your own heart. I'm going to give you what you want. Hey, he ain't forcing you. But you got to, there's consequences to the stuff you like.
Bigger.
What you like, God hates. And it gets him tight every time you go there.
I like
Or you say it, or you do it, or you just have that good feeling. He gets tight, man. And then you gonna be getting tight all the time and not do nothing. See, that's his mercy. There's one thing to say, you know what? Boom! We gotta keep that in mind when the sun go down. No. Keep that in mind when we break. We're about to break in 10 minutes.
Okay.
Give the shop out of peace. Give it its scope. You know what I mean by that? Stay in your garments. Don't mingle too much out there. If you go outside, stay to yourself. I show y'all how to do this, man. Because we was taught how to do this. And we're not gonna go off on how it go.
Keeping it holy.
We keep to ourselves. We don't speak. When we outside, when somebody come, they want to talk about this and that, you gotta cut them. Say, hey man, right now, you see how I look? You see how I'm just we can't talk about nothing unless it's about the true and living God, the God that Moses served. Then they're gonna say, oh, Jay. He said, no, Jay. Now see now, you can have a conversation like that. Because you're talking about God, you showing them this is the true and living God.
Yeah.
Other than that, you can't have no conversations outside.
Negroes.
That's why I don't go outside. Because I'm gonna get trapped off. Everybody wanna come. Yo, what up? Yo, man, yo, did you see? And you're gonna forget yourself. How many times how we did it? By trial and error, right or wrong. We say, yo, man, hold up. One of us say, oh man, we ain't even supposed to be talking about, oh yeah, damn, man. So what we do? We keep ourselves isolated, man. Keep yourself holy today, man. Today is a holy day, man.
Sanctify yourself.
Today is a holy day, man.
that's why I stay inside.
That's why I stay inside. We used to go outside. We used to walk right or wrong with our Abba.
Yeah.
Abba said, yo, man, what he said? He said, man, I'm gonna keep it real with myself. I used to walk around to kill time. My father said that to us, man. And that's how we learn not to do that. So ain't nobody gonna come around us doing that. Listen, Chief ain't the only one, man. He breeded some soldiers for God here, man. And what he left here, it stays that way. And it will be enforced. Am I right or wrong? It will be enforced. So I need everybody to start paying attention when brothers come up here and start. Because this is a serious thing, man.
Don't try to come around.
This is a serious thing, man.
That's right.
Go ahead, read.
When thou dost lend thy brother anything, thou shalt not go into his house to fetch his pledge. Thou shalt stand abroad, and the man to whom thou dost lend shall bring out the pledge abroad unto thee.
People borrow and don't even pay back. So this don't even go down there.
Yeah.
People borrow, it'll be so long. He said he didn't borrow from
Say
me.
the wicked,
He
I'm
said,
the
man,
wicked.
I ain't borrow that.
The wicked borrow and pay not back.
I said, wait a minute. Yo, listen, man. I'm striving to correct myself. When I did certain people, I said, man, I'm glad I'm not like you. I know I'm good. I'm glad that, because I ain't got. I said, yo, that's not me. I don't get down like that, man. What is this? Gotta switch this up. Hurry up and switch this up. See the law cut everybody. The big guy, the little guy, the old, the young. Like that man said, everybody has their place. This law set you straight. This is what all debates, controversies, arguments supposed to end. It's not supposed to carry on. This law ends it. Some sheep.
And if the man be poor, thou shalt not sleep with his pledge. In any case, thou shalt deliver him the pledge again when the sun goeth down.
Nobody looks out for the poor. If you look down, oh, this guy, hey, he got money, he be doing it, but he ain't got it. Look. He ain't got it. He ain't in a position. Ain't nobody put in a position. And what he got, he just making it by. Don't mock him. Because people mock the poor. People like to look down on the poor. Because their God is money. So if you don't have no money, I ain't gonna treat you like God. That's people. That's people. Today, their God is money. It ain't even Jacob the cross. That's a front. It's money behind that. It's money behind that. It's money behind all these congregations and charters and things. It's money. It's money. Because if the leaders, all leaders of all religions, all charters, everybody said, look, man, forget all this stuff that's been going on. This is the way. This is it. It's going to get empty.
Yeah.
There's going to be no money, and they're going to lose the place. Happened to us before. Still telling everybody start wearing garments. Stop cutting your hair. Stop doing this. Stop doing that. Half of the people left. Yeah. All the people that was putting in, they stopped coming. They did Shabbat in their house. And guess what? Guess what now? Guess where they at right now? In Coney Island. Right now. They're in Coney Island right now with a big giant cross on their chest. Talking about my name used to be Malachi. Yeah, right now. The other dude, he washing his beds, his God. It's serious, man. And they was here. Yeah, right. Hey, Ak, you ain't supposed to do that, Ak. They not here no more. All right, y'all? God will kick you out. He's not going to have you keep coming around. He will find a way to get you out of here. He'll put it in you to have a reason. He ain't got to make nobody force you to say, nobody going to tell you to get out. He going to put it in you. You're going to have a bright idea. You're going to say, well, look, I don't go there no more because of whatever reason.
Whatever reason. That's right.
That was your push out.
That's right. That was your downfall. That's your push out.
Shalom Aleichem.
Shalom Aleichem.
I'm hungry. This is time for you.